Hello, how y'all doing? Hope this Tuesday is fine for y'all, all good and dandy. Yeah, sorry for the delay. Got stuck with some other things and also decided to have food like any other person. So yeah, that was also a thing that happened. So yeah, sorry about that. I had to delay for a bit. Although I'm not sure how long this stream is gonna be, because I'm not sure if I'm gonna cover too in depth the topic today. Maybe I'm gonna keep certain details for a later date. But anyhow, yeah. Before I jump into any of that, hope everything has been all right out here. Sorry. For some reason, a yawn really hit me. Damn. Anyways, I guess that coffee hasn't really hit, did it? Anyways, I'll figure it. I'll handle it. It's fine. But yeah, today a bit more ttrpg shenanigans. I'll be fair. I'm not really prepped in the sense of having clear cut what exactly I wanted to cover as talking points, just mostly about like, yeah, let's talk about like character creation in the Gestalt system. So, as per all my previous RPG streams and discussions, we're just gonna do it as it flows. We'll go with the flow. Whatever happens, happens, and we'll figure it out from there. It's completely fine that way. I think it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, we'll figure that one out. So why not? But yeah, aside from that. Who knows, maybe at some point I'll be a bit more organized. Yeah, there's still a few things here and there that I deal with and I need to figure out. But yeah, before anything else, once again, because I think I should probably find some people here and there for this. I am now officially streaming on multiple platforms. I am doing both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. If you care more about interactions, seeing yourself pop up on your name above the on here on the top of the screen or bottom, depending on the overlay, or be visible here in chat, then Twitch is your place to go as a way for me to be compliant with the TOS. I've not yet dabbled around to do like mixed chats or like mixed announcements of a mixed like signs of support or anything of the sort. I'm not even sure on that end actually how exactly would that work. I'll have to figure it out. But yeah, so yeah, because of that I've not went too heavy with it. So yeah, that's usually what the thing is right now. So yeah, but anyways, I'm not covering too much of that. I'm losing my train of thought for some reason today. Anyways, putting everything okay, getting back to the topic. So yeah, to be TOS compliant, and because I'm not fully sure exactly certain parts of the alerts yet how to set them up, it's just it's only on the Twitch end. But at the same time, I also see it as an opportunity for those who prefer a bit more of the anonymity side of things and don't necessarily want to see themselves too often out there or anything of the sorts. That means that you can jump on the YouTube side of things and you can keep your discussions a bit more anonymous. I may minimize how much I'm calling you by name in case you want to interact or do anything of the sort. So yeah, that's also a method to do things. So yeah, and also at the moment YouTube is a bit bare bones. Hopefully I'll be able to get to that at some point. I'm all over the place these days, I'll be honest, because I'm trying to figure out like multiple things, and I'm getting a bit lost in the sauce. So I do apologize. I hope I can put some things together. One of the reasons being that, as you can see up here on top of my on top of my head and on some other places here and there, which is also on the topic of ttrpgs actually, because as part of one of the charity goals I have a promise that I'm gonna do a ttrpg one shot. I decided to delay it, unfortunately, because I'm currently hitting a bit of an issue, a bit of a struggle financially. I need to pay off my PC, and I still need payments, and I'm getting to a point where I'm kind of having a hard time to handle it with whatever funds I managed to scrape here and there. So if you could help me out with that, which would be greatly appreciated, first and foremost. I'm also promised that instead of doing one session in the ttrpg things, I will do multiple of those. So that's going to be a thing. So for example, for as it is mentioned here, for every the euros we reached, so basically from 50 to 50, I'm adding an additional session. Again, we need to reach that total amount. Not somebody has to make a one-time donation of that amount. I'm not asking anybody to put that much money up front. It's fine if they, you do it like incremental or anything of the sorts. It's just something to help me out, and I'm also putting it at this amount per session for each session. It's also because, again, I don't need all the sum immediately. Well, fortunately, again, I'm still doing payments, so it's incremental, but I need to cover them, so it would be appreciated. So I only need like that specific payment per session around like a monthly basis, so not more than that. So I'm not even asking y'all to give me the 280 total I don't know, by the end of the month or anything of the sorts, or end of next month or anything like that. No, I'm the minimum required that I would completely appreciate that if you could help out is to help me out to cover at the least the monthly payments, and that's completely fine. But if by some miracle we manage to cover more than we managed to cover the entire sum by the end of August, so August 31st, instead of doing what would be technically an additional of 5 sessions, because I'm also counting the last 30 euros in the count for an additional extra session. Okay, instead of doing 5 extra sessions, I'm gonna do basically a mini campaign that is gonna have like a total of 12 sessions, which is gonna probably run a year long, and I'm gonna do like a session monthly. So that would be my idea, and that would be my plan. So yeah, because of this this issues and these struggles right now, I can't do more than that. So, and because I now have to, based on this kind of mini event, mini promotional kind of deal, that means that I'm also pushing to that means that I have to reorganize the RPG sessions to also include those extra 5 sessions, or depending if everything moves in record time, all the 12 sessions. So because of that, I have to delay. So I know I'm at a point where all that amount is covered. So yeah, that's kind of the whole plan and idea. But yeah, also if you need to know where exactly you can help me out, you can use the command coffee, and you get the link. Again, the bot for some reason puts the link twice, so that is a thing. Unfortunately, on the YouTube side of things, I do not have commands, so I'm just gonna copy and paste the link, messages from Twitch and also on YouTube. So yeah, the whole thing with the copy link is you have access for it there. I would appreciate if you can help me out. That'll be greatly. But yeah, as I said, no rush in covering that entire sum anytime soon. That's not immediate, but that smaller amount of that I require per extra that unlocks every extra session would be appreciated. But yeah, so that's technically in the ttrpg talks. I'm still debating on not necessarily I myself I need to still list out what sessions I would like to, what gamers I would like to run, and then put it to a vote to the usual crew. There is a possibility of one system specifically to come out as the winner from what I've discussed with a good chunk of the group, but that remains what exactly is going to happen. It might be a bit it might be something different, but either way, it's probably it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to jump on that. But yeah, aside from that, not sure if there's anything else to mention. Oh, yeah, still on the subject, again, if you cannot donate or anything of the sort, that's completely fine. I understand it. Everybody has to survive these days. Honestly, I get it. Don't get me wrong with that. It's completely fine. But in the meantime, I would also appreciate if at the very least you could share it around. I don't know. Make some of those posts and share them around. Let me just quickly link you all, because a way to do it for all of you Blue Sky users, because that's a place I have it accessible. Let me okay, got it. Good. There we go. So at the very least, you can like share around, things, especially like on the socials or on or anything of the sorts. That's completely fine. And to be fair, that's more than enough on your end, because who knows, maybe within your circles or whatever else, there may be some other people who can help out, and that's completely fine. But yeah, that's that's kind of all I'm asking for it. And as I said, I am not pushing anyone, or I'm not necessarily pressing the matter that all of that amount has to be reached in record time. Again, I put that extra promotion as an additional incentive of hey, you get something extra if you help me out reaching it in a record time. But if at the very least I reach the amounts needed on a monthly basis, that's more than enough for me, to be honest. So yeah, anyways, so yeah, aside for that, I don't think I have anything else to mention that on that end. Yeah, I think I'm completely fine. Although a thing that I can do, because again, I've not made like a special post about it. I will spin coffee for the time being and see how that that handles that down. But anyways, yeah, I think aside from this, as things specifically mentioned, specifically not really much. Because yeah, today we're checking out the more Gestalt stuff. Wednesdays and Thursdays have become the usual kind of off days, not doing too much on that end. While on Friday we're gonna check the Deck of Pawns, which is the nice indie game that's just released, and excited to check it out and see what's the deal about it. Sounds like a lot of fun. And after Deck of Pawns on Saturday, we're also checking out Nine Souls, which is another new game, which is from one of the subathon submissions from one of the winners, not necessarily winners, but one of the top supporters of the subathon. So that's also a thing you can do, and appreciate it. So yeah, and also the same supporter Joe, because he was the one that suggested Nine Souls. Also helped me out to get the game, and so because otherwise I don't think I would have played it this time soon. considering all the other more pressing, financial matters on my end. But well, I'll figure it out. I'll handle it. It's fine. But yeah, aside from that, on Sunday, just do the usual FF14, which is most likely going to become more of a mainstay and more of a something that is going to be more present with the streams, as WoW is going to get a send-off next Monday, as I'm getting close to level 60, and unfortunately, due to once again the pressing matter that I have to funnel my money in other places more urgently, I cannot for the time being keep up with my subscription, so I'll have to pause World of Warcraft for the time being, and hopefully I might be able to get back at it at a better time and farm and maybe have a chance to at the very least attempt a bit of raiding. That would be nice. But yeah, that's what we're gonna have, and because of that, in a placement of WoW, because we already kind of started that journey, we can jump into some FF14 because I still have a trial account, so we can check out the most of the trial content for the time being. So yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. So yeah, and aside from that, yeah, not much else. So that's kind of, yeah, there's gonna be like a big WoW send off next week. We're probably gonna still keep, depending on how I feel about Decathons and how big the game is. Even though I think it was mentioned it's a bit more of a roguelite, so it may not be something that I'm gonna play too often. Maybe I'm gonna do it for the weekends. Who knows, for like the Sundays before sessions. Maybe I'll keep playing a bit more of it. But at the very least, I want to cover a day where I can fully stream that game, because I I received the code freely from the publisher, and I would at the very least have the courtesy of covering it once. But I'll do my best to cover more than once if needed. I'll think about it with Sundays, because there is also, again, as I mentioned, possibility that Sundays might also get cut, depending on considering that I have a rise of having to handle things and trying to cover some things in other ways. I have to figure it out. But yeah, that's how things are gonna be now. I'm still gonna be thinking about it. But anyways, I think it's also a good time for us to jump to the Gestalt stuff. But before I do that, I need to take a quick little break. I need to do something really quick. Then I'll be back, and we can jump up into discussing the Gestalt things. So yeah, I'll be right back in a few minutes. And there we go. A bit category, so should be fine. So yeah, first things first, before I jump anything else, usually what I do with these streams, specifically the ttrpg stream, I don't want to mention one thing. These are open discussion type streams. So yeah, I do cover a topic, and I do cover a specific ttrpg, and I talk about it and all of that, but it's also as a way for us to kind of have a filler and something to kind of discuss. But I would also I also want this to be a space and a platform for all of you to kind of discuss about general things that are tabletop RPG related. So if you have questions, suggestions, things you want to talk about, either about this system or something completely different, do please reach out and send a message. That's in chat. Put a message in chat, and we can talk about it. I've had in the past a lot of lovely chats about all these types of things, where we discussed aspects of how to cover certain things about a campaign, certain things about character creation, maybe other elements about ttrpg, or how to handle aspects of consent and other forms of that nature. So again, I want this to be an open discussions where if you feel like you want some suggestions, you want some inspiration or anything of the sorts, I'm here. Not only me, but also other people from the chat can also chime in. I want this to become like this kind of open, like, community discussions where people can have their suggestions. I myself can offer my own, as I've been a game master for a good while here and there as well, and also a good player of quite a few RPGs at this point, and actually even moving to another one soon enough. So yeah, a lot of things on my belt. But if you want to know a bit of that, I guess, background, I've been a player and a DM, especially more, I think, well, actually probably at this point maybe equal DM and a player on D&D. That's probably, that has been for a good chunk of my time my bread and butter in the ttrpg scene. Then I've jumped into some World of Darkness stuff with some Under the Reckoning first edition, specifically those who are familiar with what that means, the feud, not the Hunter 5 stuff. Then also jumped into the latter end of that with some vampire, and we are actually still now part of a vampire game once every 2 weeks on Ghost channel. We just had our second session this Sunday that just passed. So, and next one is gonna have the next one 2 Sundays from next Sunday, not this one. And aside from that, I'm also a player in a Gestalt RPG role-playing game campaign, again run by Ghost, and we are, again, I'm not sure if she mentioned too much about it, but we are getting close to a small arc conclusion, also because Ghost wants to prep more things for a bit long, needs a bit more time to prep for future things. So in the meantime, we're gonna jump into something new after Gestalt. That's something that has been mentioned. We're already kind of working on it here and there, and I myself I've begun doing that as well, because that's kind of how I am when it comes to these things. I like I'll be fair, I like the player side of it as well as the game master side, because you know, I like to kind of just be there, build my own little thing, my own little interesting character, some sorts. So yeah, that's definitely something that I've done. So yeah, there's some things happening for a different type of RPG this time around, because that's usually the theme we are going with. We're trying to jump into either different systems or splats or something different each time, because even with what stuff initially, even though technically we were a Hunter the Reckoning first edition, it got a bit crazy. We got into this multi-splat chronicle of mage and vampire and hunter and a bit of exalted, and it got weird. So yeah, that was odd. But we decided, but yeah, to the point where I think it made a bit of sense to kind of conclude it for a while. Then we jumped into a more grounded. This is gonna be the only splat that you as the players are gonna be dealing with, which is not necessarily dealing with, but are gonna play as, which is a traditional Vampire the Masquerade 20th edition. 20th anniversary. So that's kind of the thing there, but who knows, there might be possibilities we're gonna encounter some multi-splat shenanigans in the near future. I would not be surprised if Ghost would have anything of the sorts prepared. And you know, Gestalt has been more of a custom setting of a Ghost making with our own still characters of one sort or another. That's also been a thing, and it's gonna take a bit of a break, and then we're jumping in. So yeah, I have a few experiences, and with Gestalt it's something a bit more fresher. So I'm actually a current player in it, so for me it is a bit pressure. So, and also I find it a lot of fun to kind of give it a short summary, because we covered kind of the basics of it last time we did a stream of Gestalt, to kind of cover the short basis of it. If you were to put D&D 5th edition and Pathfinder 2nd edition, whichever version you think, normal or remastered, similar with D&D, normal or the 2014 or 2024 edition, Gestalt would be somewhere in between because it's still a D20 system game. It is a bit more complex than D&D. It has a bit more customization and granularity than D&D 5th edition offers you, but it's not as branched out and as granular and as customizable as, you know, Pathfinder 2nd edition. So I consider it something a bit more in the middle ground. And as per the name suggests, the Gestalt, for those who are a bit more familiar in the tabletop RPG scene, Gestalt is also a name used for certain custom games and you know, custom homebrew campaigns where player characters don't choose only one class to level from 1 to 20, but 2, or either simultaneously, or they do it one after another. So, you know, after you reach level 20, you can then have the ability to level up an additional class from 1 to 20, as if it were a full class and not necessarily just a multi-class of that character, in maybe with some extra rulings and how exactly maybe things like spell casting would be covered and stuff like that. So yeah, those kind of a bit more power gaming. And even here it's mentioned that Gestalt is a bit more on the power fantasy side. So if you're expecting challenging combats or like challenging encounters, anything of the sorts, Gestalt doesn't push that heavy on that end. It offers a bit more on the power fantasy thing side of things, and things can be you know, cleared out a lot quicker. So yeah, don't expect a lot of you know, don't expect a lot of, you know, grueling encounters or like near you know, near death scenarios or anything of the sorts. But either way, it's still fun, it's still interesting, and I think it also covers some interesting sides and has some interesting interpretation in how certain systems are handled, which I find a lot of fun. But yeah, and aside from all that, it has most of it's a lot more common to what you'd expect. So again, if you're familiar with D&D and Pathfinder, this game won't feel too strange to you. It functions, it utilizes the 3 action economy that Pathfinder does. So basically, you know, movement, attacks, and spellcasting, or in anything else in between, costs a certain amount of actions that you have available on your turn, compared to D&D, which has more specified you know, action economy, where you have an action, a bonus action, a free action, and a reaction. While here you have the free action economy and also a reaction as well, similarly to Pathfinder. So in that sense, if you are coming from the Pathfinder science, you might be a bit more familiar and a bit more comfortable on that end. I can tell you that from my end, I've occasionally made the mistake of you know, thinking that movement is separate from the action economy, and then realizing that when I wanted to do my whatever free action combo I had planned, I realized, oh no, I moved. That means I've used one of my actions. Well, fuck. So yeah, that's that's definitely a thing. So yeah, do keep that in mind. But you know, it also has some more unique things. It has the hero dice, which is this kind of their own take on the advantage system, but it's also kind of a resource pool that allows you to unlock special abilities for your classes. So that's also interesting. It has a concept called absolutes, which basically means that you do basically infinite damage, or you have infinite AC. So basically something that is uncounterable or unavoidable when it comes to situations. Of course, with the caveat that if you encounter, you know, an absolute attack against an absolute AC, it basically cancels each other out, and you are utilizing the usual dice rolls and ACs. And some other fun little features here and there that are added, especially part of the character creation, that emphasizes and encourages a lot more on the role-playing side by also embedding it within mechanical, which I always find it a bit more interesting. So, you know, people don't necessarily leave it up to interpretation. You know, you have the availability and the opportunity and basically the guidance from character creation to be like, okay, these are the kind of things you should think about with your character when you are either this sort of class or this sort of thing. Gestalt kind of offers you that, not to the same level, maybe I would say, let's say Pathfinder, because I've looked a bit at Pathfinder, and I think like Pathfinder goes a bit heavier, especially with classes on that end, but it still offers you in other ways in the Gestalt system, and I really appreciate that, because that's probably one of the bigger drawbacks when it comes to D&D. It just feels like it slogs around a lot. Not to say slugs, it just feels like most of the things feel a lot of more focused on the mechanical combat or exploration puzzle side, but not a lot of things that encourage the roleplay side, aside from maybe a few features or classes that feel a bit more embedded with the roleplay, like the paladin, the warlock, and whatnot. There may be some feats or subclasses here and there that again might encourage that, but overall the classes don't feel like they have too much to tell as a story compared to maybe some other ones, and are left open a bit too much to the player's interpretation, and sometimes the players just decide to ignore it and not really think too deep on it, which I'm not saying that is necessarily a bad thing. You know, players can also just have simple games where, you know, they can just focus on the combat, the puzzle solving, and all that. I've had games like that, like most of the games that I've DM'd at release for that I had, because that's the group I had. And you know, it's that's also like another thing. You know, make the games for the group that that you're playing with, but at the same time also that you are enjoying yourself. And for a good chunk of the groups that I've DM'd at, they, you know, focus a lot more on the mechanical combat encounter side of things, you know, puzzle solving, than necessarily the roleplay aspect. Of course, I personally, even as a game master, I would like to expand a bit on that, more on that, and you know, start creating campaigns and encounters and scenarios where even the role-playing aspect is a bit more open than just the mechanical. And at the very least for the near future, especially for the those TTRPG sessions that I want to plan out, that's definitely a thing I want to emphasize, mostly because I'm also part of a group that they love that side of things as well, so it would not be fair of me to not offer it. But yeah, I think that's enough of a quote-unquote short summary, so why not to jump into some discussions with character creation, as the game does offer us a run through. Again, I'm gonna do something similar to to what I did last. Let me just see. Why is the resolution like this about? Okay. Okay, now you're fine. For some reason, you just didn't want to do things nice way. Exactly. Yeah, I think this pic is fine, so y'all can also see what I'm reading. But yeah, similar to what I did last time, and what I did also with Daggerheart, which also, by the way, from what I've heard, I think it got officially released, so that's kind of cool. I would love to check it out at some point if I have the opportunity, but again, right now I can't really invest into more RPGs right now, financially speaking, at the very least. So we'll figure it out. I'll see what we can do about that. But anyways, yeah, I'm just gonna run off, discuss about it, just read the talking points, and move along. I'm gonna generally talk about you know, general character creation, and we'll see if we have time to cover anything else of the sorts, because it, you know, things like lineages, classes, and all that, they're quite a lot, so those might take some time. So I might just cover the general character creation as an overall, and then we can figure out some other things. But maybe as a final thing to kind of give you a bit of an exercise and give you a bit of an idea without going into too many details of what those classes are about or any sorts, I can run you through a quick character creation. Completing a character creation sheet at the end of it. So that could also be a fun little thing we can do. Yeah. So without further ado, let's get on to the topics. So with character creation, the first thing the book recommends you to do is come up with a concept. Come up with a general character concept. This will help you guide with the rest of character creation. Now, yeah, this point is really short. It doesn't really tell you much about it, but I don't know. Depending on this part, from what I've known and what I've experienced and from other players that I played with and other people, this part of it comes in different ways. Everybody does it a bit differently. Some people might come up with some sort of character they want to play, with a story they want to tell, and they start from there, like completely from scratch, and then based on what type of character they want to embody, envision, and play around, and they, based on that, they make the rest of the choices, which is why, concept is in many places it's mentioned as the first thing. Even like World of Darkness does that a lot. I think Pathfinder does that a bit. I'm not sure if I've seen the character creation rule set for Pathfinder, if it mentions a similar thing. But there are other tabletop RPGs where they kind of tell you, like, have the concept first. But there's some other people, which in some situations I can also include myself into that, where they like to do a bit of back and forth, where the mechanical aspects of a character are also part of the story, and are also they themselves also are telling a story. So sometimes I might look at certain maybe I'll look at the main things, like a class and an ancestry combo, or how they are called here in Gestalt lineages. I might look into that, and maybe there's something interesting there, or maybe there is a specific class with an interesting theme. When I say class, a subclass with an interesting theme. That again, maybe it's combo with something else, or maybe there's some other thematics that I can find in some other places that then can help me build up a character. So yeah, don't feel like pressured into just being there with an empty sheet of paper. Let's hypothetically speaking, where you're just basically saying, now think of the character. No, look, scan through the list of what you have to look through. Lineages, classes, ancestries, however you want to call lineages or races or species, classes, backgrounds, and all that. And to be fair, at the same time, depending on if the campaign, that might also help you give a bit of an inspiration. Ask the game master either during the session 0, because session 0 is in many situations it's also part of character creation, or prior to session 0, in case the game master already offers you some details about the campaign, to be like, hey, can you give me some extra details, or can you tell me a bit about certain points of interest, or, like, I don't know, societal, what kind of environments or what kind of themes are we going to encounter. And those can also help you kind of build up, because one of the more important things when it comes to campaigns, it's building a character that definitely fits your campaign and would be interesting to adventure in whatever the game master is going to throw at you as a scenario. So don't just build something that you want to play but you realize that you don't necessarily fit. That's probably one of the easiest mistakes to make, that you're building something that you're really enjoying and you think you're gonna have a lot of fun with it, but either you forget to communicate, or refuse to communicate maybe, or just stubbornly decide to run with whatever the thing you think you're gonna have fun with playing, and realize that whatever concept you had in mind does not fit does not fit the themes, does not fit the story and scenarios that you're gonna encounter during the campaign, and all of a sudden you're probably not gonna have the same amount of fun that maybe some of the other players who've invested a lot more, or at the very least thought about how exactly their character fits into the story. That's something I'm actually currently figuring out with my current character, and so far things have, without actually discussing them with the game master or planning in any way, which is probably one of the best ways that these kind of things can happen, seem to kind of weirdly line up in a way that I like, and I'm kind of going with it and all that. I'm not gonna give you details because this is a character we're gonna build in. It's gonna have some reveals on the campaign when we're gonna start playing it and running it a few Sundays from now. I'm not sure if we're gonna run it not next Sunday in June, probably the second Sunday. Maybe we're gonna run it. Maybe there's a possibility because Ghost has a habit of running quick session zeros, individual like one-on-one session zeros things with each of us all of a sudden. Like with Vampire, it kind of happened like that. I think I remember. I just jumped out of a stream, got into not too long after got into Discord VC because I saw most of the other peeps in Discord. It was like, hey, oh, what are you doing? And oh, hey, how you doing? Hey, can you come up here real quick for a second? Because I know you finished your character. Okay, sure, whatever. And then goes like, okay, so by the way, just so you know, right now we're gonna run the session. If you're completely cool with it, we can just start it now. I was like, okay, sure, we can run a session 0 right now with my character. Why not? Literally, I just finished the stream and just jumped into it like, hey, want to run the session 0? I was like, okay, sure. And considering that I'm the type of person that wants, you know, even the smallest whisper of a campaign or a session comes around, my brain already starts kind of working and starts thinking of a character. Because right now the system and campaign that was discussed at the time when I started making the vague concept of the character, it wasn't even confirmed 100% that that's this campaign and system we were going to run. It was still, I think it was still at a tiebreaker moment at the time. I already made my vote, and yeah, but I was already kind of like vaguely thinking about it because it just popped in my head because I knew I wanted to do a specific theming, which is nothing to do with the character, more of a theming on the type of characters I wanted to create for the campaign. And then I realized that, you know, okay, let me just look a bit into it, and kind of got myself a bit into the rabbit hole. So yeah, I technically jumped a bit. I had a slight head start, but even to this point, I'm almost done with the character. I just need to, at this point, I actually need to flesh out actual, you know, character details in sense of backstory, you know, people of interest, you know, NPCs of that sort, or in any other aspects of that kind of that type. There might be some other things I'm gonna flesh out, things like spells and stuff like that. Here's your hint: it's gonna be a spellcaster that I might have to like walk around and try to figure out, because it really depends on the repertoire of my other group, because again, I also am a bit of a team player when it comes to these type of things, and at times I create characters that sometimes I feel like, you know, might be lacking. This time around, it's very the class that I chose, it's very obvious, more of a, you know, play with the team type of class. That's all I'm gonna say. So it's not that big of a deal. So already from the start, I don't really necessarily have to, you know, have to stand back and really think about what type of character I want to play. This one is obviously gonna fit in no matter what I choose. So, you know, if I want it to be something more combat-wise, it probably could be. If I want this to be something more heavy on the support, I can be more, maybe even healer than just simply support. I can also do that. So I have options. So I don't necessarily need to. It's just something I need to adjust based on how the other characters are gonna build themselves up. So yeah, I already think we have a bit of a head start, and probably tomorrow I'm gonna be able to finish Maybe even today if I feel like it, because there might be something that I can add up and finish. But that's, again, I'm not gonna say too much about it. I just wanted to, so some of the things are gonna be nicely and funny revealed later down the line. But anyways, back to the concept discussion. So yeah, whatever method goes with you, just do that. Just either be it, think of the themings or stories you want to tell, take into account what story you're going to be a part of, and what are the themes and scenarios and stories that the campaign is going to tell, and take those into consideration when making a character. And and at the same time also make a character that at the very least get this surface level discussions where you're making sure that the kind of character you're making is also synergizing in socializing and interaction with the rest, so you don't feel like you're gonna be constantly at odds. It's fine to have character foils and and characters that at times have conflicts of ideologies or anything of the other sorts, and that usually happens. I don't know how. That's something I'm gonna tell you all, that for some fucking reason we're gonna have to see right now if the trend is gonna keep, because for some fucking reason me and Karen always have to somehow align ourselves into making weird character foils of each other, and I'm like, how do we keep ending in this situation? So right now I have to see. I've already heard like a quick mention of what character Karen is kind of vaguely thinking as a character, and then he didn't went into too many details yet, just vaguely mentioned that there'll be something a bit different. So I'm not sure yet, but who knows. Although that'd be really funny if we're still keeping the fucking tradition of just having character foils to each other. Although this one might be a bit more of a character foil, or a bit of a character oddity to one of my other characters that I already have, so that might be a thing, but we'll have to see about that. But yeah, the important thing is kind of getting back on point, is communication both with the game master and the players, in making sure that everything can synergize in the sense of when it comes to socializing, interaction, and having a fun time all together as a group, and not necessarily creating characters that will constantly cause friction, and unwanted friction that is, because for the for the roleplay sake and for the fun sake, yeah, having the character conflict, that's completely fine if you are able to detach yourselves from the characters after the fact and all that sort of thing, because we've had it at times and we still do it, so that's completely fine. We never keep those conflicts post sessions in any way. We have a lot of fun with them, and so that's that's one thing. And aside from that, and then choose what method you feel like it's best for you. If you feel like you need inspirations from either the game master, maybe even the players, because who knows, maybe even the players have some interesting ideas, and you can create characters that might have some interesting stories tied together. For example, the same way I did with Papa Pixel by my model father, as for our previous Stream for a Cause charity, which was a D&D one shot, where we've had this kind of, we've synergized the backstories of our two kobolds, which was a lot of fun. And I miss those characters. I'll say for this campaign, I was kind of, because this is probably the other hint you're gonna getting. It's another like fantasy focused campaign. I was thinking on creating Sib and basically continuing his story, but I was like, nah, no, I want to keep Sib for play if it ever happens for our characters to resurface again, if Prof decides to pick up the mantle again and make another session, or maybe, I don't know, maybe even me or people within their circles decide to kind of pick those up, and somehow I also get myself involved, I will do it. So Sib's gonna remain reserved into those special slots. I don't know, maybe I'll make a character in the future who's more Sib adjacent. That might be a thing, but we'll see. But yeah, communication, point of it, either both with the game master and the player and the players, and then or utilize whatever other methods, be it character looking through your character options and find interesting themings in the classes, lineages, or other customization things, because sometimes I even get ideas when I look at something like, I don't know, character feats, and I realize like, oh, this feat is really interesting. It could create like a let's say like a build, and based on that build, maybe I can even create a character and a story for that character based on that kind of build, if it's somehow the build also has a theme of some sorts, and build a character on that. So that can also work. Again, something maybe outside of the character, maybe music can help you inspire. I always make a character playlists for every TTRPG character that I have. Currently, Vix is probably gonna get one as probably one of the last things for the character, because I'll be fair, there's still some things on the characters that I'm still deciding with my new character that I'm making, and trying to figure out what exactly what I want to do, because there are some themings that I'm not sure I'm not yet 100% sure how I want to interpret or want to or I want to kind of envision, because there are different takes on it, or I could take different interpretations on it. So I'm still thinking on it and debating on it, so that's gonna be something interesting. But I'll slowly figure it out. So yeah, that's gonna be music aspects within the character creation, or what the book offers you, discussions with the game master and the players, the themes of the campaign. There are many ways to figure out a concept. I think I ranted about this for a long time. Everybody has their own methods, and nobody necessarily does it the same. And I don't feel like there is like a specific way to figure out a concept. Some games might give you something that can easily help you build a concept. For example, World of Darkness has the nature and the demeanor system, where you have there's a character's nature, which based on their nature, something, let's say for example like pedagogue, which is basically being the type of character that thrives into helping others and in teaching others into doing some sort of activities or something better, and offering characters a teaching moment. And there's also demeanor, which basically means that nature is what the character actually is, while demeanor is what other characters from the outside perceive them as. So that's an interesting way of kind of how appearances can be deceiving. Never judge a book by its cover, kind of thing. So I always think that that's a very interesting way of kind of very baseline create give you an idea of how to make a character, because a lot of even in real life, the way people behave compared to who they truly are can be a bit can be somewhat polar opposites, or not really the same individual. Some people might present themselves in a certain manner, which could be good or could be perceived as bad, but who they are truly might be something completely different, not someone you expect. And it already gives you some interesting layers into how then further on think about a character. But to be fair, WoD is deeply seated with most of the choices, especially when it comes to things like, let's say for example, in Vampire the Masquerade, clans are deeply seated into what type of person you are, because clans choose specific people to be a part of their to be a kindred, because they have to embody certain values that a clan perceives as valuable. So what a Tremere would not embrace the same person a Toreador would embrace, for example. Of course, exceptions can appear, but in many scenarios that's kind of the case. So that already is another thing, because each clan looks for, or bloodline looks for different characteristics in a person that envisions that basically embodies the clan's visions or the clan's ideals. So that's an important part of it. Similarly, the choice of disciplines can truly tell you what kind of individual you are, because even as a clan or bloodline, depending on what discipline you specialize yourself in, you might be a bit more different, because For example, let's say a Ventru who specializes a lot more into presence than dominate, or vice versa. It's a completely different type of Ventru. A more presence heavy Ventru is someone that is more open there to kind of more persuasively convince people into doing their bidding, while a more dominate focused Ventru is more about imposing their will onto others. So there are different ways already of envisioning them. And of course, there's other small little increment things like merits and flaws can add to that as well, and some many others like small things. But again, Gestalt offers you that to here and there. Some certain classes offer you a bit more into the roleplay aspect. To be fair, the aspect that you have options of primary and secondary class already kind of expands what kind of character you are, because by combining two classes you kind of create your own type of character, your own class. Because a barbarian ranger, for example, it's a class, while let's say a cleric, I don't know what should I go with, while a cleric rogue already gives you something completely different in concepts and what exactly they could represent. So you already have different options in that way. And of course, some classes might be a bit more heavily embedded with roleplay potential. You have some other systems later down the line that and advancement that add additional layers of roleplay, which we're gonna quickly discuss about as we get to it. So yeah, there are other things that sort. And actually, speaking of what other aspects you have to cover roleplay wise for your character, which is a second thing that it's actually mentioned for your character to have, is you must select few oaths for your character that they live by. Beware that certain classes, such as Paladin, would add their own oaths that the character must follow. And as we covered previously, oaths are something that a character cannot accept under extreme circumstances. They usually do not cross. So oaths are really important aspects of a character. They're not something too vague as as something like I will achieve a great wealth. Maybe that's not the best example, or nothing too hyper specific where I don't know, my oath is to achieve, I don't know, to become expert in animal training or anything of the sort. It's like something that also feels tied mechanically. Somewhere a bit in the middle, where the oath could be either a personal goal of the character, I'm gonna find my parents' killer, if we're gonna go with the edgy solution, or maybe it could be something a bit more simple. I'm gonna protect the innocents, or help all those who are forced into servitude or anything of the sort. So it is a bit vague, but not too vague into that to the point where it cannot be followed. And it's mentioned clearly, except for extreme circumstances or in situations where the character would not be aware that they're breaking their oath, they cannot fully break. Like them breaking this kind of oath, it's something that it's extremely character shifting. It's something that it's beyond what the character would be willing to do, or they truly are through a point in the story where something about them has changed significantly. So yeah, oaths are basically kind of a guideline, similarly to how you had in D&D, like bonds, for example. They're a way for your character to kind of give your reference, a baseline reference of your character and what exactly their interests and priorities are. So they always make decisions based on those oaths, or basically based on those priorities, and they would in most situations would not choose against what they consider their priority, which would be their oath. And as I mentioned here, certain classes might offer additional oaths or additional guidelines similar to, or other forms that could be assigned similarly to oaths that are added on top of the main required 2 that you need to follow, and all of them have to be followed to the T, kind of at the same scrutiny. But again, this is something that it can be built alongside your concept, so it's not necessarily as out of nowhere as well. So that's something again that you can choose, and once again based on maybe certain themings or certain ideas or inspirations that you might gain from other places, or the game master, they can help you out and maybe solidify what exactly would be their priorities and their I guess in a way maybe even their ideology, because oaths could also be something like an ideology to the character that they would not necessarily break. Yeah, and then after you are basically choosing a few aspects of the character that are more roleplay specific, then you can choose ability modifiers, and you have a selection of array that are split between physical and mental. You have the Gestalt, which is basically a more kind of rounded out option where you have a few +1s, a few +3s, and a few +2s, which basically, I'm guessing this offers you the option to not only have some decent stats for to also have a few decent stats for the 2 classes that you choose, because maybe the 2 classes you decide to put together might have different priority stats, but also have some decent stats in your remaining arrays. Depending on the class, you might spread yourself into maybe even a martial and magical, or maybe who knows, you are more tied to fully martial, but you also have some elements of magical here and there that are present, or maybe not necessarily magical, but other forms of mental stats that are required for your class features. Well-rounded, which is more kind of like straight across the board kind of general stats. Triumvirate, it's basically you're kind of heavily focusing within maybe a few stats, and then because you also have the first negative stat, you do a few drawbacks. Ivory Tower, because you have a +5, it's more it's probably best to have that one if for some reason, if for example you choose 2 classes which have primary ability, or at the very least, or like a key ability or attribute. A common one, for example, if you go cleric and paladin, that it's clear that wisdom is something that both classes are going to require. So maximizing wisdom is going to be equally beneficial for classes. Similarly, if you go, let's say, rogue, assassin, dexterity is clearly going to be your common ground. So going with that one, it's also going to maximize as well. So we're going to martial classes and maximizing your strength, or any other forms, or to charisma classes like sorcerer and warlock, or anything of the sort, or bard, or anything else, and then maximizing charisma. And then power hungry is basically just maximizing two main stats. For example, I can give you an example. Iv has started with the power hungry stat array, because being an assassin sorcerer, that means that he benefits a lot from a high dex modifier and also a high charisma modifier. Those are like the main stats, because he's kind of more of a spell sword-ish kind of character. So it equally benefits for him to have as best a set of stats as he can have on those sides. And me personally, because when it comes to from Triumvirate to Power Hungry, I find it interesting at times that having a negative stat could be beneficial, because it adds a bit of extra layer or adds a bit of fun moments for like roleplay scenarios, in my opinion. Of course, having those kind of drawbacks in exchange for having better better benefits elsewhere, that's kind of what I'm saying. So you know, you have a character that's hyper specialized in a few fields, but then you see them be handling the other aspects really badly. In my case, if being having that -2 being a dumb step to wisdom, which is not necessarily great, even for a character like a rogue who sometimes, like an assassin who sometimes, you know, perceiving and doing things of that nature would be really useful. But oh well, it is what it is. Those are the stats I was given, and because both Gestalt is similar to Pathfinder, they fixed one of the big issues that D&D has with the dex stat being too heavily loaded by making so that strength is always required for your damage rolls. So I still have to invest a bit into my damage, into my strength stat to increase my damage, and which at times means that I'm in a rough spot. Thankfully, because I'm an assassin. I have the deadly class feature, which I don't think it's called deadly. I forgot exactly what class feature is called, but it's basically an assassin class feature that it tells me that all weapons that I wield gain the deadly property, which means that they always do the max die damage. So I never have to roll damage dice. I always get the max amount. So you know, assassins are all about like consistent damage compared to some other classes. Yeah. Also, you know, kind of fixes, not necessarily fixes, but also don't necessarily like the chaos of rolling for stats or anything of the sorts. Plus, Gestalt doesn't do ability scores like D&D. They just do ability modifiers, because ability scores, even in D&D, they have been rarely used to determine anything. I think there are certain creatures that might have abilities that impact ability scores. Like there are like certain undeads who lower things like a constitution or like a strength check score, and if it's lowered completely to 0, that would kill the character. So something of the sorts. I've seen it encounter, or maybe in some cases there are certain niche, maybe items or spells or anything of the sorts that ask of you an ability score amount. But to be fair, you can use the ability modifier as a reference as well, so you don't need to do that. And even with those like negatives, even with those abilities that lower stats, you can do it the same way. You can just say, instead of lowering the ability score, you lower the ability modifier. It's a bit stronger, yes, but because I think it's in most situations when you have something that lowers your ability score as an ability, I think it never lowers it by 2. I think it lowers it by 1, so it's a bit more incremental. So it gives you a bit of a breathing room for you to fail. Which in this case with modifiers, it's a bit more sudden, but you know, you can balance it out. You know, you can balance out the damage and all that, and it's completely fine. So yeah, I think, like, you know, just purely jumping with ability modifiers and ignoring ability scores, it's a lot better. It gets a lot of confusing. It gets a bit confusing knowing that, you know, you just need the pluses. You just need what's the extra number that I add to my dice, because those are the ones that you encounter the most. So yeah, it also removes a bit of that chaos. Because it gives you a set of arrays, because these are the official and these are the ones that are telling you. I think although there is a book that gives you a set of, I'm not sure if it's a different book or if it's still this book. There is a feat that basically, I forgot exactly the name of that feat, but it basically means the feature in the ability you gain from that feat, it was a spellcasting ability, which basically told you that the lower your spellcasting stat is, the more likely you are to hit, or something of the sorts. I forgot exactly the names. And to kind of play into that concept, they even gave you, I think, a set of 3 additional stat arrays, which emphasized a lot more the negative stats, which I thought like was like an interesting concept. So again, for like odd, you know, very odd specific type of characters, you have something there for you to build. So it gives you options, and you still have room to breathe. And even as we went, I think, not sure if everyone has runs these differently. I know I run with Power Hungry. I think there Kiarana has to run with Ivory Tower because he's a cleric. I forgot the name of the class. I think a champion. Something. Basically, he's basically cleric plus. That's kind of his thing. I think Triumvirate. Some of the others, I think, are running with Triumvirate or Gestalt at the very least. So even in a group, you still find variety in stats. Because to me, that's kind of the thing that I technically like about rolling stats is it still opens to that variety. Because I feel like with the point buy systems or anything of the sorts, it feels like most people are gonna just kind of go with the samey numbers just for the stats that they need. Like, you know, they will always go with a +4, I don't know, for their main stat of whatever class they are, +2 for whatever would be the secondary, +1 for tertiary, and so on. And in some cases, a secondary and tertiary could be common ground. For example, things like Dex and Constitution, which are always good stats to have in the positive numbers. Even though technically with Power Hungry, if I remember correctly, I had +4 Charisma, +4 Dex. I had a +2 in Strength, +1 in Intelligence. 0 was my Con, and -2 it was my Wisdom. So I wasn't doing too great in some of the stats that technically should have been a priority for me. So yeah, that was a bit rough. But yeah, it still gives you a bit of variety. But yeah, aside from that, but yeah, once you have that kind of like stat array figured out, to be fair, in my opinion, stat arrays can also be left for a bit later because I feel like the other aspects are a bit more important. Once you kind of line up what classes you have, because that's gonna be a bit. Once you have your classes figured out and your lineage, more importantly your classes, that's when this array is gonna be a bit more important, in my opinion, because then you'll know for sure where you need to prioritize your skills. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you have to immediately decide once you have the concepts on what the ability modifiers. I would say even after like having the classes figured out, it's completely fine. But yeah, the next in line is choosing a lineage. This represents the biological traits. You know, lineages are things like because that's the name they go through. Things like dwarf, elf, human, goblin, orc, anything of the sorts. And here, this is a mention in which I will talk shortly about it because I do love it. It's such an easy fix. This will give you some bonus XP, tell you how fast you move, how big you are, and give you some lineage traits based on your body. So yeah, choosing a lineage, first and foremost, they give you a starting HP to your character, and each lineage, and it's usually like some sort of like double-digit number, 18, 17, 15, 16, depending on your lineage, and that's your starting HP alongside what extra HP you would get from your class and constitution. And the lineage gives you like a big chunk of HP, which honestly fixes a lot of the issues that lower level D&D has, because having a big chunk of starting HP that all of a sudden just nullifies any other issues that a lot of the balancing issues that D&D has at lower levels. Because up until like you're like, I would say at the very least level 3, D&D can be deadly, and unexpectedly so. And sometimes DMs don't really have a good way to gauge it, because let's say for example you are playing a wizard which utilizes a d6. By the rulings of D&D, you at first level you get the maximum hit die number for your from your class, which means that you get 6, and then you add your constitution. Let's say depending on what your stat array is, I would say, let's say a generous +2, because I would suspect somewhere around there your wizard would be. So that means 8 HP. You're not even in double digits. That means that a NPC with a dagger or a short sword would kill the wizard in like 2 or 3 hits, which is something highly likely, because you know, a dagger does like 1d4, a short sword does like 1d6. Add whatever extra stat modifiers the creature might have, which might be another +1 or +2 from their strength and whatever, And that already means like on an average they might do 6 damage, 4 damage per attack, and you have like 2 NPCs that attack the wizard, and because a wizard usually doesn't have high AC, that means that they are already squished. And I'm not just saying just the wizard, it could be any other classes, just, and especially in the more random scenarios where, let's say, an NPC, a monster stat crits, well, heck, you are done for, because that means that that's a lot more damage you're gonna take up front, and who knows, in some situations it could even one-shot you depending on what crit rulings you're doing or anything of the sorts. And I'm not, of course, I gave the wizard example, which are the ones with the lowest HP, but even something like cleric or let's say a rogue or paladin, they still could be like somewhere around like 10-11 HP at level 1. And that still means a few, and because in their situations they are the frontliners, even though NPCs won't necessarily have a multi-attack or anything of the sorts, you might still have like 1 or 2, like, and because the lowest dice number you could go with is a D4, that's still a high likelihood of doing like 4 damage per character per monster stat. So you can still encounter scenarios where a character could die, and I've had those situations. I literally, my first ever session that I game mastered in, I killed one of my players unintentionally. Like, it was not my intent, it just shows how that's how the dice rolled. And although, to be specific, they died from a trap. The module was set up, literally a trap from of the module, not even a creature, even though they had some really near misses, near deaths, even in the encounters up to that trap. They utilize they triggered the trap and killed them because the trap did. And again, I used an official module, not something that I cooked up on my own head. It's something official given by D&D. It was the starter module, and it killed my character. It killed a player character. So that was it, and I felt that kind of like really bad, because I was like, ah shit, it's like the first fucking session. How the fuck am I gonna... and thankfully a player kind of came up with this crazy kind of roleplay scenario and roleplay idea, and I was like, okay, I like what you're doing, I can run with that. And basically just gave the player a second chance, because the player who did some shenanigans was a warlock and basically tried to call upon their patron. I was like, yeah, sure, I can figure something out. We can do that, it's fine. And that's kind of how I ran with it, because honestly I didn't want to kill, because especially for like the first session at the very least. Like, honestly, me personally as a game master, I'm fine with, if both me and the table is fine with character deaths, I'm completely fine. Like, I'm the type of game master who rolls with whatever the fuck I get. Like, if I roll a crit, I roll a crit. If my hit is a killing blow, my hit is a killing blow. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna mess around with the dice and results. It's gonna be what's gonna be. At times, I will say this as a trick game masters could use. As times it could be useful to, if the information about your character or about whatever creature they're facing, monster, boss, or whatever they are dealing with is mostly secret or private, that means that offers you the opportunity to kind of go with the flow. If you feel like the players are steamrolling your encounter, you can. I've seen a lot of encounters, and who knows, I might experiment it on my own at some point, where people sometimes game masters go with this idea of, I'm gonna run my encounter with this boss for as long as I feel like it's satisfying, and then when I feel like it's we're getting a good climactic moment, that's when I conclude it. I don't keep track of HP or anything of the sorts. I just do that. Or of course you could just vary boss HP or anything like that, and maybe be a bit flexible. Do something that I would like to call, in a game design fashion, adaptive difficulty. And certain games function on this ruling, where if you start performing really well in the game, the difficulty is automatically adjusted by the game on its own. So all of a sudden the stats, accuracies, and other aspects of the game, other variables, and maybe even certain encounters or enemies that spawn are adjusted to a higher challenge. And then if you start, and it gets adjusted to a point where if you start getting crushed by the encounter, then it adjusts back down and back up and back down. I think there might be, although the systems might look for like a sweet spot where they kind of keep it at it, but if you start pushing it beyond that sweet spot, they once again kind of push. I don't think that it constantly. I'm not sure if it really depends. You have to look through the systems. I've not seen the inner workings of a system of an adaptive difficulty game myself, but I'm suspecting that a lot of them don't necessarily work on this idea that it constantly shifts up and down, up and down. I'm guessing they're looking for like some sort of sweet spot kind of conditions. And if those are hit, the difficulty is kept at that level, and only if things vary upwards or downwards, that's when it starts to readjust itself again until it reaches that sweet spot again. And then it keeps it like that until another shift happens, and so on. So that's something you can do yourself as a game master. And again, as a GM, that's something I would 100% recommend. And for those who are a Baldur's Gate 3 fan and are also game master, please play that game. It's a really good playground to kind of give you ideas and how to run encounters. In general, in video game logics and video game design in general can offer you a lot of information on how you could handle your encounters and how you can make your encounters more interesting, and not just simply I roll a dice, I hit an enemy, I do some damage, and that's it. Adds certain encounters like in Baldur's Gate 3 in Underdark, the encounter with the Forge construct. It's probably one of the best encounters that I've had in that game. I really love the idea. It was really challenging, and I really love the concept that you had to engulf the construct in lava, but at the same time you also flooded the battle arena with lava and only had a few safe areas where your characters could stand without being burned by the lava. So that was a really good game encounter. And even like general things of things like elevation, cover, destructibles that could offer you some sort of tactical advantages. And that's also something that even players can think about with their own toolkits and utilities, because there are times where utilizing spells and abilities that have more of a support angle can really shift the battlefield. Like for example, when we did the battle in our Gestalt game, one of the final battles we did, and you know, Voltaire was basically the wrecking ball that he is and calling up nukes left and right. I decided, like, let's have a fun thing. Let me create a weird creature. I had an ability where I can create like a shadowy apparition that can be confused to the real deal. So I was like, what if I create a weird creature monster? And at a certain point I also was planning to create a shadowy apparition that looked like Voltaire to basically scare the troops, because I already saw the themes that the troops were starting to avoid Voltaire. I was like, okay, that's a good strategy. So, you know, crowd control. There are so many things that even from games you can learn, both from a player and a game master side. So your battlefield doesn't necessarily have to be just a flat plane with just a few things scattered around. They could have a more deeper meaning behind it, like why exactly, and have more reason why exactly you have your terrain placed the way it is. But yeah, anyways, I went into a big ass rant into balancing and how all of that kind of goes. But to be fair, to kind of circle around into the balancing, the whole thing with having a big chunk of starting HP based on the lineage you're choosing, it's a really easy fix, because that means that even the lowest amount of dice do not give you the risk of creating encounters that can become deadly. So even if you have multiple creatures, because even if you have like because in D&D again, even if you have like a CR and a half or a CR and a quarter creature, still the lowest damage they could do is a D4, no matter, even if technically those creatures are designed to be one-shotted. If the players are unlucky with their dice and they don't start clearing those creatures out, and they get, and again, action economy is king. If the more creatures are on the one side, that's usually the side that is gonna win it's more likely to win. The side with more actions per round is usually the side that's more likely to win, no matter if they might be designed themselves to be easily removable or easily killed. That's definitely a thing. So yeah, do be careful with that. So this really kind of fixes that situation, makes it a lot easier. Not necessarily easier, but it makes a lot of the first time encounters more manageable. Because even in my first time encounter that I had with my session 0 with Iv, with Ghost, we fought like 4 or 5 people, and I wasn't even close to near death, like not at all, and it was just me and another NPC who was assisting me in combat. That's it, against a definitely bigger number. So I still handled it a lot better. To be fair, they were kind of focusing a lot more the NPC, so you could also take into account that it was also the game master being a bit forgiving and not necessarily hyper focusing my own character in the scenario. But still, I'm pretty sure even in the situations where they would have focused a bit more heavily on my character, it would have not been that bad. But yeah, and then, aside from the bonus HP, you have what you'd expect to see. Movement speed for a character is dependent on their lineage. Size in Gestalt, I think they only have a small and medium as most lineages. I don't think they have any bigger lineages. And of course, some additional traits that you gain based on your specific lineage. Could be something like Elf, for example, have a better perception or accuracy, things like dark vision, and maybe some other elements of sorts. But yeah, after you choose lineage, then you choose culture, which is generally linked to your lineage, but you can select one that is linked more to a generic cultural umbrella, which this gives you one culture trait and one starting language. So yeah, that's kind of another part. Culture is basically kind of what in other systems you would see as background. But in here you can have something. You can have a background that is similar to your lineage. For example, if you choose dwarf, you can have a dwarven culture. So you basically lived among others of your own kind. So most of your experiences and day-to-days are based on that culture. Similar with things like elves. If you are human, you don't have that, but you can, as human, you have the benefit of choosing either a culture of a different lineage, or you can choose one of the generic culture umbrellas, which can be something like diaspora. It might be something in more of a, let me just read them for like example, so I don't really say something weird about it. Here you have general culture. You have stuff like diaspora, cosmopolitan, isolationist, theocratic culture, survivalist, and there's many others from other systems. So you have like certain like general cultures as well, which is nice. And from it you gain one culture trait compared to lineage, where you get all the biological traits from that lineage. Cultures have multiple traits and you can select one of them, and also starting language based on whatever that culture is, and which it's very obviously, if you choose a lineage culture, that means that you gain a starting language based on that lineage. So if you, for example, you're a human with a dwarven lineage, that means that actually no, I don't think you can, but I think you can actually, if you're no, there is a way you can choose that. I think humans have an option to kind of give you access to a different to a lineage of a different trait, because in Gestalt, humans are considered to be basically the end result of what happens if all the other fantasy lineages basically mix together in their bloodline to the point where this is kind of the generic end result. So humans really big deep down in their ancestry are a mixture of basically everything else, of orcs, dwarves, humans, not humans, elves, halflings. So that's basically what humans are a mixture of bloodlines from other lineages, and to the point where they basically become kind of mute and baseline. I'm not sure if it's also kind of like a tongue-in-cheek way of saying that humans are by default are kind of born, are basically a baseline template to kind of, you know, joke around that you picked human, that means that you're kind of boring, sort of thing. But who knows? That might be. But yeah, I really find it interesting that you have certain cultures that are based around lineages, but you also have cultures that are based around general societal structures, and based on those structures you gain different traits and different benefits. Then after you choose a lineage, you then have to choose your two classes, because because Gestalt offers you the choice of two classes, a primary class and a secondary class. Classes give you class features as well as defining things as HP per level, your proficiency skills, and certain keywords. Your primary class also gives you something called a special signature ability. Also, to kind of keep it really short, yeah, each similar to Pathfinder, and because your class gives you a baseline flat bonus HP per level up, and depending on the class, that number differs. Some have higher, some have lower. I think the highest I've seen is probably plus 12 or 11, something like that, per level up. So that's something. And probably lowest is most likely somewhere around like 6, 7, which is obviously within the spellcaster scenario. And when you're choosing two classes, your HP per level is not defined by both classes. It's similar to the dual class in Pathfinder. You choose whichever is highest. So for example, if you have a class that gives you a plus 8 and then you have a class that gives you a plus 10 HP per level, you choose the one with the higher HP per level, and that's going to be your determining bonus HP every time you level up. So basically from level 2 onwards you get a plus 10. Because that's the highest one. Similarly goes with proficiencies. If specifically the common proficiency, things like wheel, reflexes, and fortitude, because those are your saving throw rolls that have proficiencies. Certain classes will give you different levels of proficiencies on it, and again, you choose the highest that you get from each class. So if one of them, let's say, gives you I forgot how they're called. Actually, I can look here because their name here. Like, yeah, skilled, professional, exceptional. For example, if you get skilled in reflexes, professional in will, and let's say another professional in fortitude, and the other one gives you, let's say, professional in reflexes, expert in will, and skilled in fortitude. You basically compare each two, and by the end of it, that means that you get professional in reflexes, exceptional in will, and another professional in fortitude. So you just pick and choose whichever is highest from each option, and that's what you go with. Similarly goes with proficiencies in things like weapons, defense, and all that. You choose the highest. It might at times it might splinter off into multiple types of proficiencies. For example, if in my case has on the weapon side of the proficiencies, it's split into three type of categories. If it's exceptional, which is the high type of the proficiency you can have in all light, simple, and martial weapons. Light being how you can wield your weapons, but at the same time, I'm also professional in all simple weapons, because the thing is, not all simple weapons are necessarily light, and in carry. And not all, and obviously not all martial weapons are. So that means that I have like a small selections within. You'd think that being proficient in all light weapon, being exceptional in all light and simple, simple and martial light weapons, that would cover all the simple weapons. But no, there are certain simple weapons that do not cover the light category. So that means that edge case scenario that I gain from my sorcerer, which is professional in simple weapons, still applies, because that means that there are certain weapons within my within the simple category that I still am proficient. So in some situations it might splinter off into like multiple proficiencies. Sometimes, depending, I think it's rare. Probably, I think classes maybe like the rogue might have like specific weapon proficiencies, like extra specific, like these types of, you are proficient with weapon X, Y, and Z. Then yeah, that also splinters it off even more. There are feats that also offer you that, where basically it can splinter off to have a hyper specific proficiency in one type of weapon. So that kind of starts to get a lot more granular. So that can happen. So keep an eye out in some situations, because you might find those odd scenarios where not everything is an umbrella of all that you are proficient in. And aside from that, you also get keywords, which, you know, similar to Pathfinder, keywords are a way for you to determine if certain features and other benefits that you might gain obtain from advancing, or maybe as attunement requirements, need to be met. For example, lineages give you the keyword of what lineage you are. If you are Dwarven, you get a Dwarven keyword. If you are a spellcaster, you get the spellcaster keyword. You also get the martial keyword if you are a martial class. You might also get keywords for things like, you know, if you're an assassin, if you're a sorcerer. For example, if you are like of a specific class, there might be some other forms of keywords that you might get there. For example, it has the undead keyword as well, and that offers some different drawbacks and benefits, which those are used to as a way to determine prerequisites and make sure and unlock you other you know, features and abilities later down the line. That's mostly for what you're using them. And also, when you're choosing a primary class, you're also gaining something called a signature ability, which that's an important choice, where you have to choose between the two of them, which is the primary, because you gain an extra feature, and that extra feature can slightly shift how exactly you're playing your class, because it might give you a bonus ability. Sometimes it might unlock some additional features to your existing starting abilities. It might give you something completely new that might shift a bit your playstyle. In some cases, it might just be something completely different and off the side, or just a simple extra bonus thing that, who knows, you might find more utility than the other. In my case, it felt fitting a lot more with the assassin option than this, the sorcerer signature option, and that's kind of what I chose. But yeah, there is an importance which one is your primary and which one is secondary. Also, certain classes are not standalone main classes. Some classes are determined as support classes, are categorized as support classes, which can never be primary because they don't offer you a signature ability, and they by themselves do not offer you a significant array of abilities and features to basically become a standalone primary. So they can only be secondary classes that basically offer you support abilities for your primary class. For example, Rogue is a support class. Bard, if I remember correctly, is a support class. I think those are the only two main classes. I think everything else is a main class. So yeah, but yeah, you have some options out there as well. Then, you know, after you choose all of that, you then determine your hit points, which which are also determined each time you level up. And you know, every time you level up, you gain your HP per level determined by your class, whichever of the two classes has highest, plus your Constitution. Yeah, whichever HP per level of your two classes is higher. Then at level 1, as mentioned before, at first level, your lineage also gives you some bonus HP, which you need to add, but only at first level. That's it. Once you get in that bonus HP at first level from the lineage, you no longer gain more HP from that lineage, unless you might gain some lineage trait later down the line that might increase that, something like the tough feat, for example. where you get bonus HP per level up, so that would increase the bonus HP you get for each level, something of sorts. And then finally, you add your skills, which can be most obviously your class skills. Each class gives you a few skills when you start. Often usually pick from a list that you're proficient in. Then these thematically relevant skills are normally professional or better. So yeah, as I mentioned before, because if his primary class is assassin, light weapons are he's an exceptional in because of the assassin themes, and he's also professional in spellcasting because he's a sorcerer, and I think all spellcasters gain professional expertise, like proficiency. I don't think there's any class that starts with exceptional. There is a support class that can help you get exceptional, but that's kind of it. I don't think you start with it, so. And it's very rare that not always proficiencies increase with level up compared to maybe. I think in Pathfinder I've seen it a bit more common, or certain proficiencies that are relevant to the class to improve with time. I think so. Yeah. While here it's something that I think you in most situations you increase with certain feats that you can obtain as you level up. Then you add bonus skills. You're also skilled in any one skill of your choice, plus every you're skilled in any one skill of your choice, plus for every +1 intelligence you have. So similar to Pathfinder, and this is a bonus feat. This is a bonus ruling that I've also used in D&D myself as a home ruling, because it encourages the intelligence to be used for more things than just the occasional classes. D&D has the unfortunate effect that it has very niche options when it comes to classes that benefit investing in intelligence. You have the wizard, you have the artificer, and that's kind of it as main classes, and then you might have a few subclasses here and there that might benefit from it, aside from the obvious spellcasting one, Arcane Trickster and Eldritch Knight. So yeah, having this extra benefit where every +1 modifier that you get from intelligence gives you an additional option to add a skilled proficiency in any skill of your choice. It's nice. Of course, also your class skills give you certain skill proficiencies as well. I forgot if cultures. Sometimes lineages can give you an additional skill proficiency. In my case, because I have Elven lineage, I got like expertise in perception or something. Not perception. I think in reflexes, if I remember correctly. But in some cases, it might be skills. I think culture sometimes might also offer you that. But yeah, classes usually give you, as per usual, when you pick a class at first level, you get some skills, some skill proficiency there. Then for negative intelligence, you don't lose any class skills for having a low intelligence modifier. Temporarily losing an intelligence modifier does not remove a skill, but permanently having it lower it down does cause you to lose one. So there is a drawback if you lose intelligence, but you don't lose your baseline. You just lose whatever you would have had bonus if you had any bonuses at that point. And then if you gain intelligence as you level up, you get to select a new skill as well that you can become skilled in. So so basically means that even as you gain more intelligence, it encourages you. It encourages you to also increase your intelligence as you level up, because you can still benefit from it with more skill proficiencies. So that's really nice. Although, I think Gestalt, because it has a wide variety of classes, like here, yeah, you have the baseline options that you'd probably expect from any tabletop RPG game system, but it already has a wide selection of additional like source book materials and supplement materials that expanded the class variety. Because for example, assassin and sorcerer, as you can see from the selection here, are not available, and those are the two that I have for my character, and both of them are in different books. So that's something to keep in mind. Probably certain spells that I have available are also split around from different books. Similarly, maybe a certain the undead trait that I have for If, it's also from like a separate book, because it gave you like certain rulings and how to create like mixed lineages, where it allows you, basically gives you the option, if you pick a lineage, you can swap one of your lineage traits and replace it with either a general lineage for the type of keyword that you're looking for, or you can look for one of the existing pre-made lineages and you can pick one of those from there. The system, to add a bit of a caveat to it, the system, the book does recommend that you do not push into min-maxing it. So, still taking in account balancing. So if you're removing a low power trait, do not replace it with a really high power trait. Usually look for something that is within the same balance level or power level. So don't necessarily min-max, because honestly you don't really need to. This game is already offering you so many options to create powerful characters. It's not necessarily needed, and that's also one of the fun things when it comes to lineages. Also having like weird little quirks here and there, it adds to the play experience and the role play that happens on the table. So that's a lot of fun, which is why when I chose the undead trait, which basically means that I don't eat, sleep, or drink food, and I'm not affected by certain biological traits, but at the same time I'm harmed by healing and other things of positive effects. Gives you this, it's basically a drawback and a benefit at the same time, and because of that I kind of replace it with a really low power trait. It's equally a drawback and it's equally a benefit, so I don't think I've really power level, especially because when it comes to like healing or getting myself healed, that either puts me in a scenario where I have to find alternatives for myself, or it puts the group in a scenario where either the whatever support characters we have in the group have to accommodate if they are willing to accommodate. If not, then again I have to go back to option 1. No, it's okay for your characters also have flaws and other drawbacks. Okay, then you have something called feats. If you're starting above first level, you also select a feat. You gain 1 feat at second level and an additional feat every 5 levels afterwards. So that means that another one for level 7 and another one for 12 and 17. Correct? Yeah. Another one for 12 and 17. So you gain 4 feats for your character, which here they are separate from the ability score improvement, so they are not the same thing. So you also benefit from feats, but also can increase your stats. And once we get to the character advancements, you're gonna see that character ACIs are really generous here compared to D&D or some other system. So yeah, very nice. Then you also, again, if you start above first level, you also have honors, which you can select, which are something so similar to social feats. You gain your first honor at 4th level, and then any additional honor every 5 levels after. So that means also at level 9, 14, and level 19. So again, another 4 honors, which these are also really nice. They're again, as mentioned here, they're like social feats. In most situations, they are just extra deeds or extra benefits that you gain from social scenarios. You might be revered, you might be knighted, you might obtain a deed of a guild house, or I don't know, you might gain connections to the black market or anything of the sorts. You might be confused with some royalty, or some people might consider you a folk hero, or you might be confused, or you might now gain the benefit of utilizing some sort of a political influence because you are vaguely related to some sort of political figure or anything of the sort. So it gives you benefits, but more in the social aspect and roleplay aspect. They don't give you like straight up mechanical benefits, and I really like that you start gaining them somewhere around like level 4 and onwards, because you can also, as you play the character, if you started at level 1 and played for a while and get to level 4, you also get to a point where, depending on the events and depending on the adventures you went with your characters and your party, either you might choose a common set of honors that maybe all of you got knighted because you did something for a great kingdom, or maybe each of you had also their own mini arcs that happened across those few levels, and each one of you has started getting certain connections or certain influences here and there, and based on those adventures you can add something up. Of course, this if you start a higher level campaign, this can give you some additional background and some additional influences, some additional feeling to your character, basically. So it's a bit more fluffed up, because now you also have actual actual things that you can showcase to your character. If somehow you go to a more elevated background, now all of a sudden you can get yourself an order that can fit that. For example, if you actually go with some sort of character with a backstory that they are a knight, and you start at higher levels, then you can choose the knight honor, and all of a sudden can benefit from some sort of. It already gives you like certain guidelines and ideas for what exactly would be the benefits in social scenarios for a character of your standing. So that's quite interesting in its own right, in my opinion. Yeah, I really like this. This is a really good system to kind of add the social into the mechanical, and I think I'm gonna yap about it a bit more after I take a quick break, because an ad jumped on Twitch's end, and I also need to do a quick refill on water and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so we were still on the subject of honors, and that is, yeah, I just wanted to once again kind of quickly reiterate, in case it was slowly lost into the ad break on one side of the stream. Yeah, one of the reasons why I like honors, and I really enjoy covering them. Also, hello there, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I'm fine. I'm just out here checking out the Gestalt RPG the rule system, talking about like character creation. So if you're within that tabletop RPG scene and enjoy that kind of things, I'm guessing you do if you've stumbled upon this stream and checked this onto this category. So again, to kind of reiterate for anybody out there, I want this space to be a space where we can discuss about these kind of things. If you want to discuss about like general TTRPG things, they don't necessarily have to be Gestalt, in case you're not familiar with the system. This is just me as a way to have a filler in how we're doing things and that sort of thing, and have some subject to discuss. That's basically the reason. But if you want to ask for advice, you have a question about general TTRPG things, either being some sort of game or another, do feel free to ask or chat me here. Also, yeah, I do apologize. Yeah, I speak fast. Look, it's my neurospicy trait. Okay. Okay, I'll calm down. I don't know why. I'm guessing the coffee hit right now after like 2 or 3 hours, I guess. Okay, I'll take it back from the start. So again, with these streams, my intent is to have a space where everybody can talk about TTRPG topics in general. I want this to be a space where everybody can ask for advice, talk about general topics within that space, if you want, or if they need help and suggestions or anything of sorts. Not only from myself, but even from within others who are participating onto the stream. They can feel free and feel open to discuss about that. I am covering Gestalt right now and talking about this as more of a filler and having a topic of discussion. But if you are not too familiar with this system yourself, or just want to ask about other things related to tabletop RPGs, maybe other systems, then feel free to talk about that. Don't necessarily feel hesitant about moving away from the topic at hand, as long as it's still within the RPG circles. I just want to, harbor a community where people can feel free to ask for advice and help each other out and all that sort of fun stuff. And I am familiar with quite a few systems. At this point, I have a few under my belt that, at the very least, I've tried out as a player. I've checked out the Gestalt system that I mentioned right now. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I will respond in a minute. Just want to finish my train of thought right now. This one, Gestalt, is the one I played. D&D, of course, is the one that I think I played the most, but it's slowly getting pushed aside by some of the other games that I'm currently playing. World of Darkness games, I've played Haunted Reckoning 1st edition and also 25th anniversary Vampire the Masquerade. And we're also jumping in soon. I'm soon about to jump into another game similar-ish to Gestalt and D&D. I'm not going to talk too much about it until we are announcing that actual play. So I have a few systems that I'm familiar with, so I can offer some suggestions. But again, a disclaimer, I might not be familiar with everything, so in some cases my advice can be a bit more at the root cause of things, or more generic in certain situations if I'm not too familiar with the actual mechanical side of things. But yeah, now to go back to the chat, once again, thanks Misty for the follow. I do appreciate it. The avatar, no, I did not make it myself. It was made by the wonderful people at Hyper RPG. You can find the credits of those who've created it in the panel below, or if for those who watch on YouTube, you can also see it in the mention it in the description of the stream. The credit for Hyper RPG, the model art done by Mango, Lily, by Maromava, who's done a lot of cool stuff. And I think right now she's also doing a stream. And I think she's doing some model work for one of the model siblings. So actually, let me go give her a shout out if I remember correctly. Okay, I messed up the username. Let me just figure that one out 1 second. Hold up, how did I mess it up? Okay, now I should. Oh, I realized I said Mango, not Mango. I'm a dummy. Let me shout out to my model artist, and I'm also gonna do that. I picked some, which I got a chance to make it for you, but sorry. It is what it is. Unfortunately, not in the lookout for anything of the sorts at the moment. I am thankful for what I have right now available. I am glad to have it, and I'm really thankful for Mango and Pixel for working on the models, and as well as Scribbles for doing the chibi, which I should start getting my setup for some of my model redeems and other things of the sort. So you all can also have things to interact with and mess around with the model while I'm out here streaming. I need to start setting those kind of things up at some point. But yeah, fortunately that's how things are. But yeah, aside from that, yeah, Mango, who did the model, Pixel, who did the rigging, and also Scribbles, who also did the art for my chibi. To be fair, Scribbles and Mango have shared credits on this model as well, and also on the chibi, because they technically collaborated on some of the details and information that I've given them to put this and make this bring this to life. Yeah, this is a this is one of the things. But anyways, just shout out. That's pretty good. This one. Okay, so who did the overlay? Overlay is made by myself. Nobody else did it, and I need to wait a bit more for the shout out. It's fine. I worked on overlay with whatever assets I could find or could edit myself. I'm okay-ish with graphic design. It's not really my passion, but I can handle it if need be for the time being. It's fine. But to just I appreciate that you like my my avatar, but to kind of quickly jump at the to quickly jump the gun, because I'm suspecting that's the answer you're gonna give me. I'm not in the lookout for anything of the sorts when it comes to getting new assets or anything like that. I am at the moment I'm content with what I have, and it's not the priority right now. I have other things that I need to handle which are not commission related. It's just a general setup and work things that I have to do myself, which only I can do. But yeah. Anyways, going back to what I was mentioning, because I gave the shoutouts to my my model parents, all that. So kind of go back what I was talking about with the honors. I would greatly appreciate yeah, I greatly appreciate that they added this to the system, the honor system specifically, as offering a way to add additional roleplay incentives and roleplay guidelines into the mechanical. Of course, when we're gonna look at the honor list, we're gonna get a better idea of what exactly I mean by that, because it gives you it gives you some options for certain social scenarios, or at the very least it may give you some social benefits in some situations, because either you can get additional contacts, you might get you might be seen in you might have a higher social standing or a worse social standing, or maybe some sort of a benefit in how society perceives you. There might be some other benefits of the sort. So you might gain some perks, and that can offer you some benefits in certain social encounters, like, I don't know, maybe certain meetings with powerful people, maybe encounters with other people of influence, or anything of the sorts. But yeah, I'm not gonna jump too much into it, because honors it can vary a bit here and there what exactly they could be. But at the very least, I like it that it's an option that it's added to the mechanical. That can you know, emphasize and enforce roleplay. And then after that, you also basically, once you've done all of this, the last thing that you need to do is starting gear. You start with the following equipment. If you have a, it gives you some guidelines if you're starting above level 5 later with the starting equipment, but you start with 2 weapons that either are of 50 gold value or less, and 1 suit of armor or a shield of 100 gold or less. I think there's been some discussion, or I think I've seen some discussions where, and personally I feel like I would also kind of agree, if you want to make a trade-off for one of the weapons to be a shield instead, for example, so you have 1 weapon, a shield, and a suit of armor. I personally would agree, because it's weird that it says 1 suit of armor or a shield, because certain clothing doesn't offer you armor benefits. But to be fair, after that you also get aside from starting gear, you also get starting equipment, which it's also for starting equipment and for sundry. All equipment is considered to be mundane unless otherwise noted. If something is set in brackets, it is the maximum price of that piece of equipment and it cannot be lower. You must be proficient in the use of anything that you have as starting equipment. And if you want to substitute something, for example, if you want to put a wand in place of a few mundane things, you can discuss with the game master. So yeah, something similar to how I mentioned here. You can have discussions and can move around and have certain substitutes for certain features here and there. So that's something you want to do. You can completely do that, and it's fine. And aside from that, you also can take 20 gold worth of ammunition in exchange for a weapon, in case you are more of a ranged class yourself compared to anything else. And also your starting equipment does not take into account items drawn from sundries, such as items generally accounted for anything that is not listed. So yeah, that is kind of starting equipment. It gives you like a quick guideline on what kind of starting equipment you can have. From 1 to 5, it's mostly just non-magical mundane items, and what you'd probably start as a starting character as well. And from 6 to 10, you get more weapons and more armors, and that's when you also start to get some magical items as well. But we've started in as most campaigns do, at level 1, so nothing of the sorts. In our case, just 2 weapons, a piece of armor, and few sundries here and there. But yeah, also sundries are basically, as mentioned here, they're some value for you to gain mundane, kind of forgettable, not necessarily forgettable items, but what you'd expect to be the most common and most kind of no-brainer items, like food ration, I don't know, plating, I don't know, bedrolls, I don't know, pieces of paper, something to write with, maybe some other small objects here and there. The sundries have a ruling. I think, I'm not sure, is it mentioned here? I don't think it's mentioned. I think it's mentioned somewhere else later down the line. Yeah, I think it's mentioned somewhere else later down the line that sundries, something is categorized as a sundry item if its value is 1 gold or less. It cannot be higher than 1 gold. The value from that point on, it's not a mundane item that you can just get with sundries. It's something a bit more more specific and more if items are specific, they cannot be sundries. Non-specific items can be sundries. You even get certain features and feats that can increase that sum pool that would determine your sundries, which means that you can have more a bigger list of mundane items. And the thing that I recommend is something that I did. I made a list of what my total 50 gold the value of general sundries that my character would have at all times. So that way you always know what the type of equipment you would run with. Maybe at times you can, and then as the game progresses, you could make adjustments based on how you feel like the game is progressing, what you feel like it's useful or not, that sort of thing, and add it along the way. That's kind of how I would see it, and at the very least, that's how I approach it. I've already made the list, and I utilize it. And so, to be fair, some sundries can be useful. I think for if I'm not mistaken, I also have like caltrops and things like that, which technically even have like mechanical rulings and benefits to it. So you might find some interesting items that you can find some sort of utility to them here and there. So you know, it's worthwhile checking out, aside from that, like, you know, the usual. But, you know, sundries are things that, you know, you can always say that you always have on you, so you never have to remind, because that's the point of the sundries. You don't have to constantly remind the game master, or the game master constantly has to be like, hey, did you actually specify that you went into collecting these items or not? No, these are items that they will always be considered, or at the very least retconned into being available to you no matter what. And technically, those items of sundry value, they never actually dip into your actual gold amount. So even like the economic side of it, it's played a bit loose here and there, at the very least with the sundries. So, you know, your gold expenses are more focused onto the more hyper specific things like magical items, I don't know, more hyper specific, you know, services and gear that you might require, not and nothing of the sorts that would be just ordinary, mundane, and available day to day. But yeah, that overall kind of covers all of the general aspect that you'd find for your character, and what exactly you would need to add. And at this little point, it also gives you a few guidelines in what to take in account when creating a character, which I think they are little nice talking points, and I think we should cover them ourselves and maybe solely discuss about them. So expectations, stereotypes, subversions, and subversions in fantasy role-playing. Tropes exist for a reason. They create a common ground that forms the basis for a shared fantasy experience. Orcs are strong and brutal, elves are graceful and keen, dwarves are hardy and speak with a Scottish accent. It never escapes that. Paladins are law-abiding pricks. Wizards are bookish, and so on. This is the language of the linked concepts that we use to articulate stories we tell in games we play, but characters are more than that. What we have are also inadvertently created are stereotypes. Stereotypes are an external force that they are what others think we should be, not what who are. So this overall kind of mini chapter kind of goes into the discussion that at certain scenarios it's not necessarily about you going into or play into the stereotype just because you are playing something, or you're creating a character that is known to be that stereotype. If that's not what you're looking for, and it's something that, and maybe you want to tell something else with a character, maybe even prove in a way that, hey, characters are more than just their stereotype, and they can offer you kind of this teaching moment of you know people can change, people can learn and evolve and be better in the future, in case, let's say, we are touching a more some stereotypes with a more negative connotation. You know, paladins are law-abiding pricks or anything of the sorts. I'm not saying necessarily that being law-abiding is bad, but we all know the stereotypes of what exactly we mean by being pricks when they are law-abiding. Because let's be fair here, there is no ttrpg game which doesn't descend into chaos. I don't think there is anyone that kind of gets, oh, like, yeah, we're very high-functioning people of society, that we all play by the rules and everything goes fine and nothing goes wrong and we are all happy and doing good deeds. You know, thumbs up and all that. Nah, it's always about the chaos and getting into weird situations, and how the fuck are we getting out of them? Yeah. Lineages and cultures. In many ways, these parallel the harmful stereotypes we find in the real world. You know, are all elves smart? Are akin to? Are all Asians good at math? In fantasy, though, these stereotypes do have more credence to them. There are far greater biological differences between the various species of humanoids in a fantasy world versus in the ethnicities of a different real world. With this in mind, we approach Gestalt in a way that allows best of both worlds. Lineages represent the physical characteristics of a given character. You know, orcs are bigger than humans physically, and they have tusks, while cultures represent the upbringing and cultural norms of the given character. An elf raised in the forest, primarily among elves with a history of producing skilled archers, could take a cultural trait that gave them extra skills with a bow. However, a dwarf raised in similar circumstances could also as well. An elf raised in a diaspora culture, one displaced from their home, might learn skills that allow them to recall the people's ancient stories better. The same could be said on dwarves raised in a diaspora culture. So yeah, the whole thing here is that you are able to subvert and push aside on just constantly and sometimes, you know, even just by pure habit and by pure mistake, not even necessarily with any malicious intent, just lean into those stereotypes and only to realize that that's not necessarily what you want to do or not necessarily what you want to say. This system offers you a way to kind of splinter that off, where you can keep one and have the other, or at least maybe if you are only looking for the physical traits and not necessarily the cultural traits that are represented within that species, then you know, you can have something. You can have a very mixed lineage and culture, as mentioned here. An elf raised in a diaspora, which is basically detached from the elven culture, is way different than an elf that is raised with the culture and raised with what you'd expect to be the stereotypical, you know, upbringing of an elf. So all of a sudden you are subverting that. All of a sudden you're no longer that stereotypical concept of that character, or at the very least of that species, and all of a sudden you have other tools and other ways to kind of tell that story, and maybe even stories of how you are estranged from your own home, or maybe even a story of kind of how home is more abstract than just being there with your own kin and kind. Maybe it's more about, you know, being with people that, you know, care for you, respect you, and want to be around you, and doesn't matter from what place of the world they are, from how their upbringing was either, or, you know, where exactly they lived in. Then with classes, stereotypes about classes are often less harmful than the ones about biology, but sometimes though they have odd historical backgrounds. For example, we elected to go with Berserker rather than Barbarian because a lot of the tropes associated with barbarians historically were big, dumb, uncivilized outsiders, where we could draw from a much richer and deeper well when looking at Berserkers. So yeah, sometimes even just the words you're using can be can push a lot, can really shift in how exactly you are approaching a character. Because I would not say necessarily that I've seen it at times, and even with barbarians, and we're talking about fan favorites. Let's cover, let's say, a well-known IP, at the very least for those within the RPG community. Grog from Vox Machina. He plays the obvious gentle giant kind of a trope, while at the same time with he has a good heart, even though there is not a lot going upstairs. But again, more into the kind of the gentle giant approach, which there are some good good aspects that you can play into those tropes. But as mentioned before, wording at times can make it can influence you into going into a territory or into a mindset or idea that may not necessarily be what you're looking for. Because I'll be honest, even that's something even I myself for a bit I might have fallen into, and was not necessarily interested in classes similar to what a barbarian, or in the edition as it's renamed, the Berserker, would be. As I like characters who bring more to the table, even on the social side and roleplay side of the game. Although I've had a lot of fun, and I was able to find some interesting points, because I think Sib was my first character where I kind of went into that route of, okay, let me let me figure out, okay, this character is definitely not for the social, it's definitely not for the intellectual side. How exactly would this character interact, and how exactly would this character socialize? Because just because, you know, they're not the smartest tool, the sharpest tool in the shed, they're not the most charismatic, that doesn't mean that, you know, or necessarily charismatic, or necessarily persuasive in their own way. That doesn't mean that they cannot do things in their, they cannot reach to people in their own way. In my case, Sib being a ranger and having wisdom as one of the bigger stats in his array, kind of offered that that interesting idea of Sib being this oddly simple creature in mindset, but even in the simplest of concepts, there is like the deepest of meanings. You know, depth through simplicity, and that's kind of thing. Like, maybe from his perspective and from his eyes, whatever he's saying seems so normal, so mundane, so to day to day, but in the right context and in the right scenarios, they have such a deeper meaning, and offer you like this kind of like weird learning moment. Because at the end of the day, wisdom or high wisdom character would be characters with life experience that have gone through kind of not for a lot. You know, wisdom can also be, you know, accounted for things like street smarts in some situations. So, or, you know, reading the room, understanding the scenario. Like, to give an example with Sib, when he instinctively took a bite of a sentient giant mushroom, who then, you know, became aggressive and started attacking the entire party. And then later down the line, there was an interaction with, because there was this whole like side plot. Again, for people that need context of this, the wacky one shot that Sib was a part of as a character, the whole point of the one shot, we were in a giant supermarket. Like, when I say giant, in the sense that the supermarket itself was gigantic in scale compared to the rest of the characters, so everything was at bigger scale. And we got to the point where we got into this kind of like produce aisle section of the supermarket, and a lot of the vegetables and fruits and other produce were like sentient, and one of them was kind of like this small de facto leader. And after we had the encounter with them, there was this kind of like short like social moment where, even though Sib has purely reacted out of his instinct when he bit into that giant oversized mushroom, even though he never knew the logical why exactly it was bad, he was able to at the very least pick the social cues that what he did was bad. He might not have understood why what he did was a bad thing, but he realized from reading the room and reading the emotions of those around him that what he did was bad and he should be apologetic about it. And that's what he did. He went forward, apologized. He felt sorry for doing what he did, even though he didn't necessarily understand why exactly him biting a sentient creature is a bad thing without giving any sort of consent or you know, forward notion. And that was kind of the whole point with Sib. He was like a creature of instinct, but when you know, when all the chips were down, he had some really high moments, and that's probably the thing that I loved about Sib. And I would love to have that silly little guy again at some point. But yeah, that's kind of the point. And to be fair, I've had us so yeah, I was able to kind of, you know, get myself into that mindset of thinking outside the box and thinking how exactly I would interpret. Again, I still had like in this scenario, I still had a character with a high social stat, high mental stat in some scenario. But maybe, who knows, maybe I'll play a character where all those mental stats are not necessarily the biggest, or necessarily would showcase the character being the best into that part of the game. But that doesn't mean that I cannot find ways for the character to still feel compelling, to still bring something to the table, even in their own way. And, you know, at certain times you can even subvert expectations, similarly to how you did in you know, in the lineage and cultures for a species. Maybe you have a barbarian who has a bit of a higher intellect. Like, yeah, in the heat of battle, he's a devastating beast, but at the same time, he's very cold, calculated, and tactical. He's just the tactics they're approaching are brutal, and that's the whole thing. Because you know which is probably why again they went with the word berserker, because berserkers are also known as being brutal warrior tacticians in certain cultures. So they can offer you that deeper rich meaning. And honestly, I already have like a concept of a berserker / barbarian type character that I would love to play. I was considering initially for the next campaign that we're running, but I wanted to run something differently, so I'm pausing it. And there's another reason why I didn't want to do it, which I'll probably think a bit later down the line. But let's see. So yeah, sometimes even just changing the words and how you're calling something can be a big difference in how you're then viewing it and interpreting it later down the line, and how that interpretation can then later down can also influence you in the concepts you're creating. Then, you know, embracing and subverting. There are two primary ways to deal with stereotypes in the terms of character creation: embrace them or subvert them. There is absolutely nothing wrong playing a live, sharp-witted, magical elven archer. You have a picture painted in your head of what you wanted to play, and you played exactly what you wanted to. It's easy to communicate, it fits in the world nicely, and the rules probably make it easy for you to play. Doing that would be embracing the stereotype. The other option is to subvert it. Orcs in games are seen as big, loud, and passionate, but that's the expectation others have of orcs, not how each individual orc is. You could play a quiet, introverted orc, or one who is just a guy who is passionate and loud as the next, who is as passionate and loud as the next person. While the expectations of others do influence us, our will is ultimately what defines us. So yeah, why not just have an orc who's just a little guy, just there doing his thing, wanting to live his day to day. He's not out there to be some big presence across the entire room that, you know, everybody kind of turns their head to. Yeah, we encourage you to play around with this and build your character. Maybe you embrace some aspects of it and subvert others. Maybe you're an introverted, bookish wizard cleric elf who likes their time to themselves, but it also is a bodybuilder and can bench press a shelf full of books. Find ways to make your character your own, and you'll never find yourself with a boring character. So yeah, that's another thing. You don't have to go. You don't have to go one way or the other. Just you can mix and match. Like as I mentioned before, lineage and cultures. Maybe you want to subvert certain stereotypical aspects of your species, but you want to play in line with what it might be expected stereotypically of your class or of your specializations, or the other way around. Maybe you have find an interesting mix of in between, where maybe they have both they have similar traits of both in everything, so that also makes it a bit more weird and interesting. But yeah, never feel like you have to also go with the extremes. There's a lot of fun if you right there, if you're in the middle and playing with it. And you know, I don't think there's much else for me to adding about this, because I already mentioned about subverting and meant a lot about like embracing it. And you know, to be fair, embracing it, it's also completely fine. I think that's probably something that I've not necessarily covered. Like, there's nothing wrong about embracing a stereotype, as long as, you know, you're not hurting anybody physically, emotionally, or anything else of the sorts. Go ahead, do it. You know, and do the stereotype, play it as it is. If it's not disruptive in any way to the group you're playing with, then why not? Don't feel ashamed. Play it. If that's what you want and that's your way of fun, then that's the whole point, for you to have fun. Don't feel obligated that just because it's a stereotype or people, you feel like people you will judge you for that. And once again, people should not. Everybody is out there to have fun together and on their own as a group and as an individual. So I think it's a faux pas on their end if they start judging you for playing into a stereotype. again, as I mentioned, as long as it's a stereotype that you're trying to play into, it's not really disruptive. Because I've had an experience in my back my day in the first ever campaign that I played with. I had a dwarven cleric player in my party. This is a group where I was also a player. It's the first game I've ever, the first campaign I've ever played of D&D. That was like my first ever experience. Overall, it was fine. So don't get me wrong. Even though I'm mentioning of a person who was something that I would probably define as a problem player to some extent. But anyways, they were playing, you know, a dwarven cleric, and they kind of played into that that kind of stereotype of, oh, dwarves never forget their grudges. They have, you know, dwarves with their grudge list and all that kind of thing. And, you know, the smallest infraction you did onto their pride or whatever, the smallest mistake you, or, you know, the smallest failing towards them that you did, and now you are basically on their, shit list, and you would not been able to get out of it, and to the point where that player character was uncooperative with the rest of the party. And considering they were the cleric and probably one of the only support characters in the group, was also another big problem, because that meant that in a lot of scenarios we were in big problems then. And again, there's, as I said, it's okay to create friction and have conflicts or anything of the sorts, but not to the extent where it feels like it's a chore to actually make figure out ways for the characters to cooperate. Because that's kind of where it devolved into. My character, even though they were not necessarily the party face, they should have not been the party face, but somehow they became the party face with my 10 charisma, which, by the way, that was the precursor to Iv. That was that character, the precursor to Iv, which was not built as a charismatic character. Once being the precursor, they were like basically the template, the beta version. Iv is basically the finalized option, is the final version of the character, which has, because of those experiences and how the character evolved in that campaign, it's how I've built him here. Because again, even though he was not a charismatic character in my first campaign that I played him as, because he was weirdly enough the party face, even with a paladin, because the paladin played more of a kind of introverted type of introverted and weirdly also stereotypically kind of anime made protagonist, kind of dense character kind of stereotype, which again, nothing wrong about it. And also, once again, technically subverting expectations in the sense of, you know, they were not to the party charismatic phase, the one who talks for the entire group kind of thing, by being the paladin and the charismatic, the charisma class, or, you know, the charisma character. And I was the party face in most scenarios, and I was the one, you know, interacting with a lot of the NPCs. You know, I kind of felt like I was also trying to, like, you know, kind of be the diplomatic one out there to at times be like, hey, let's fucking cooperate. What's this bullshit? We're literally in the middle of a quest in a cave full of undead. Like, let's not do this right now, because we're gonna die. And guess what? Out of the main group of, I'm saying, like, the main lineup of the first lineup of characters, mine died the last, meaning that every character from the initial lineup that was created at the first session has died one way or another, for multiple reasons. Game Master was also first time DMing and first time Game Master, I think, and it was very obvious he was more experienced with Pathfinder than he was experienced with D&D, and sometimes he misruled stuff by taking, you know, the understandable approach, thinking that Pathfinder has the same ruling, you know, in D&D follows the same rulings as Pathfinders, forgetting the fact that Pathfinder has a free action economy system, while D&D has more of a separate type. It has more of a one action economy kind of thing, where you have one action and then I would call them, I don't know, sub actions or I don't know, mini actions or mini activities you can do per round. So yeah, that didn't really there were some scenarios where it didn't translate one-to-one, and because of those rulings it caused weird scenarios and characters got to the point where wherever they got, so it happened, I guess. But you know, it was fine. Also, it was fine overall. Again, there were some bad experiences, but some good ones. And again, getting back to the whole thing of embracing stereotypes, and as long as they're not disrupted, the whole issue there is what, you know, the player was jumping into this dwarven stereotype that, you know, dwarves never forgive a grudge. They always, you know, you're always in their grudge books and all that. And good luck, you know, cooperating with a dwarf once they have a grudge on you and all that. And that was not good for the group. Like, you know, and that's a general kind of topic. Like, if you get to a point where you realize that the character you made does not want to interact with the rest of the group, why did you make that character? Because at the end of the day, this is a group game where everybody has to have fun, and it also has to be a collaborative experience. You know, main emphasis on collaborative. So you cannot be some lone pissant that just goes around, does whatever the fuck they want to do, and starts, you know, also mouthing off the rest of the group. Plus, you know, doing some other weird scenario things and whatever that were also kind of, my opinion, in weirdly poor taste. But you know, I'm not gonna jump at ranting at that. But yeah, again, you can embrace a stereotype. You can have even, you know, those that can create friction, but in a way that you still make it clear that, hey, even though there's this tense, maybe temporary moment between player characters, and I want to emphasize player characters, not actual players. That doesn't mean that they are not still willing to cooperate. They might cooperate out of obligation. They might still cooperate out of other reasons. They might cooperate because, who knows, based on whatever topic of conflict happened there, they actually maybe are in agreement with the other character, but they just don't wanna show it, but they kind of do by still being around and still agreeing to do the things they're doing. So, you know, those type of things can still happen. But anyways, rant about stereotypes aside. Okay, now sidebar: combining multiple power sources and origins. If you find that your character has multiple power sources, or origins of their powers, combine them. This may be a chance to change a few things, particularly relating to oaths, but have fun with it. Always check with your GM before doing this. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to. Again, all of this has to be done in discussion with the game master. Nothing done necessarily just willy-nilly, and see how it plays out. And it gives you here some examples. Warlock Paladin, you might decide your supernatural paladin powers do not come from your noble purpose, but from some of the angelic. But from the same angelic patron that grants you your warlock abilities. And also you have a synergy of, you know, maybe you're a paladin of a certain faith, but at the same time you also decided to make a pact with an angelic being that is a servant of that deity. So your set of powers are now expanded to even wider, and you know, you can add this kind of interesting role-play moment where now, because everything is tied together, if somehow I don't know, either become an oath breaker or somehow you break the pact with your entity, both abilities might be affected in some way or another, not just one side. You know, cleric wizard, you might be someone who has broken down the walls between divine and the arcane energies in a scientific way. Also, another suggestion I see here with cleric and wizard, aside from, you know, breaking down the divine, because, you know, and there was that saying that magic is just technology that we do not understand yet, or it's hard to explain. It's just technology so advanced that we are not at a point for us to understand it. That's what divine could be considered at. But another thing of it is that, you know, cleric, wizard, they are divinities or they are divine beings that, you know, have domain of studies or domain of knowledge and domain of magics. So, you know, a cleric or some deity that, you know, has control of, let's say, like in Baldur's Gate 3, you have Mystra. Not in Baldur's Gate, in the Forgotten Realms, you have Mystra, the the deity of magic and the one that created and controls the weave of magic that surrounds the entire Faerun. Yeah, you could be a cleric of Mystra, but which means that you devout and follow her, but at the same time you are a devout follower of the arcane studies. So your clerical duties are beyond just those of the divine. There is also those of study and mastery of magic. So you would also dip into wizard. Again, I'm giving the Mystra example because I'm expecting some of y'all be Baldur's Gate 3 fans and might understand the comparison there. So that's why I'm kind of putting it out there. Yeah, Cleric Warlock, you have more direct pact with a new god that draws its powers from a part of the Divine Tempest you hold here, similar to the Paladin here. Although this one might have a bit more of a bigger connotation of someone being some upstart god that you're trying to build up in worship and build up in portfolio. Which again, interesting thing for like roleplay things. Then Fighter Rogue. On the more mundane side of things, you might have got your martial and the thievery training in the same place when the mercenary army you were part of suddenly found itself without a key political background and were forced to become bandits, which is weirdly enough a concept that I actually had for a group of bandits. That was a random encounter for my player group, my first D&D player group that I ran, my first campaign that I ran, which they've beaten so bad, but to near death, and were so impressed with them surviving that they managed to convince them to become their hirelings and basically their bodyguards. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? This was a random encounter that I just rolled out here. How the fuck did you do this? And I just came on the spot with basically this concept for them, and I'm like, okay. And because at that point the party was fucking loaded, of course they, monetarily speaking, they were fucking convinced, because who wouldn't have been? God damn. Yeah, that was a crazy group. Fun times. But yeah, so yeah, there's that's kind of the thing that I like about the Gestalt system, and the idea that you can slap together two classes and make something interesting with it. Because you gain what I would probably call more like archetypes, which is a bit more hyper specific than necessarily just a class. Which archetypes are actually a thing in Pathfinder. It's basically an alternate option for multi-classing, where aside from just being a specific class, you can have once you get to level 2, if you want, you can gain a dedication feat, which allows you to multi-class into something more specific, and you basically gain an archetype feat and obtain some additional either some special features, because there are some archetypes that are separate from the general main classes, or of course you can just dedicate yourself to one of the existing main classes, or you can go with archetype. For example, like pirate is like a specific archetype that has nothing to do with that to be fair, they're only used as examples. They're only used for multi-class options. So, archetypes are not something that can be done standalone. And to be fair, at the same time, Pathfinder also has a variant rule known as the dual class, which is basically this. It's, I think in most rulings, it's basically this. Is just what the Gestalt system offers you. Just under the framework that Pathfinder has, you just run with two classes. You share feats, but when it comes to proficiencies and when it comes to certain proficiencies and all that, you just choose the better option. Which HP is the one that you get per level up. Which of the proficiencies for saving throws, for weaponries and gear and other skill sets you take. Although I think most skill sets start with train than anything of the sort. So anything like that. So even Pathfinder offers you that kind of a more hyper specific type of character that you can build. And yeah, after that we can actually start speaking of this, we can now start talking about this concept once the ad is over, because there is an ad coming up in a few minutes, and I also need to do a quick refill on my drink and else, and so I'm gonna take a break from now, and I'm gonna come back once ad comes up and it's also over. So yeah, I'll be right back in a few minutes. Okay, return. So let's talk a bit more in depth about the concept of playing two classes and how exactly that can it can affect your character both mechanically and also, you know, also more in a storytelling measure. Although I think here it's overall more covering it mechanically, because you know, story-wise, we've kind of mentioned how, you know, we can create interesting archetypes and interesting specific types of characters by combining them, and, you know, as mentioned here, harmonizing the skill sets that they have into a specific type of concept or character or idea. But yeah, playing two classes, the better of both worlds. When first building a character, both classes will offer proficiencies in the same areas. Things like weapons, defenses, and saving throws. They also offer different amounts of HP level. When both classes offer different levels of different areas, use the higher level proficiency. For example, a fighter rogue looking at their weapon proficiency would see that rogue gives them a professional with all simple weapons and a martial weapon of their choice, while fighter gives them exceptional all manufactured weapons. Since exceptional is higher than professional, and the fighter proficiency would override the rogue proficiency when it comes to weapons. Not only because, but to be fair, in this situation, it's not only that exceptional overrides everything. It's also because in a fighter scenario, fighter gets proficiency with all manufactured weapons. So not only the proficiency itself overrides it, but the entire, but because they are proficient with all manufactured weapons, which means all, you know, human-made weapons, that means that it goes under the umbrella of covering basically everything that the rogue would already wield into the fighter. Of course, you might have the edge case scenario. In my opinion, you would still have like the edge case scenario where you might encounter non-manufactured weapons somehow, some sort of like maybe weird natural weapons, or like some weapons that are not like actually crafted and somehow are like part of a creature that maybe a rogue could still benefit and could still be considered part of their proficiency. But again, that's like a weird edge case scenario, and again, it's that still that weird thing of, would it be ruled into being an improvised weapon or not? And although, to be fair, in Gestalt you have options of improvised weapons for every stage. You have improvised simple weapons, improvised like martial weapons, so technically they would enter in that category, because again, that it does not cover the manufactured aspect, I think, necessarily, if it's improvised, not in the sense that it's some sort of haphazard made weapon, or it's a weapon that it's something that can be utilized as a weapon, but it maybe not necessarily something that you would utilize it to your own extent, or not something that you as a civilization would have created. I don't know. There might be some weird cases there, but again, edge case scenarios in this specific situation. The one that I mentioned with my with the assassin and the sorcerer, that's more specific, because with the assassin, I'm exceptional in all simple and martial weapons that have the light property. That doesn't mean that I'm exceptional with all simple weapons, and that doesn't mean that I'm exceptional with all martial weapons. And I'm also getting I also get professional with all simple weapons from the sorcerer. So that means that all light weapons that are simple I'm exceptional with, and the rest of the simple weapons I'm professional with. So technically it still kind of splits, because I feel like I would find it a bit odd how exactly in those scenarios where you would have a higher proficiency but with a lower pool of weapons, but then you have a lower proficiency with that, but with a bigger pool of weapons in that same category would fit. So that's why I in my mind and in my interpretation of it all, I would split them apart based on those specifics. But in most scenarios, I think weapons are the only ones that hit this kind of weird category of being a bit more hyper specific in what exactly you are proficient with what and how proficient you are with them. While, you know, defenses covers everything that is related to armors, so you can't really have anything there that is a bit. And, you know, you don't have like this kind of like granular options in armors. You know, you have light armors, medium armors, heavy armors, that the usual. So you not have you wouldn't necessarily have weird scenarios aside from maybe just having different level of proficiencies and of all of each type more than anything, and that's kind of it. But it's not more granular than that, because I think it's very rare to like hear like somebody being proficient with a specific type of armor compared to being proficient with a specific type of weapon. So yeah, same or similar class features. If you are playing two classes, you are playing two class features who provide this two classes who provide the same or similar class feature. I think it's print or not a typo. You can make a case to your GM to replace the second class feature with a feat or honor. Interesting. In my case, it didn't apply. For example, a paladin druid would have different abilities that make you poison, divine health from the paladin, and nature blessings from the druid. You can ask the game master to replace one of the class features with a bonus feat. The game master is the final arbiter of what is appropriate in this matter. So yeah, I would also say that similar to how in other scenarios where it was mentioned about like replacing and replacing certain items or certain traits or anything of the sort. It's like find something that would fall in a similar kind of like class balance, especially when it comes to features, because features you get them starting at level 2, which is not necessarily that big of a power boost for level 1. Although I'm not sure if in this I know actually I think in this scenario both divine health and blessing are both at level 1, I think. But anyways, even in that case, because you know it's not it's not like really big on the power scale or whatever. Don't necessarily look for something too big. So something that I would probably say similarly that it's somewhat utilitarian or has more of a, it's more like a ribbon, because this is like it's a term like ribbon, which basically it's a feature that offers you like unique edge case scenarios that are there more to emphasize the theming of the character, the theming of the class or character, more than necessarily offer you options that are more then offer you an ability or option or a feature that would be constantly encountered. And of course you balance those out, like don't always have features that are constantly used, are ever present. You also have the more ribbon type of features who are more in those like occasional like edge case scenarios. Like immunity poison could be more often encountered, yes, because you might have creatures that use poisons as a type of damage and something of the sorts. But at the same time, not always. The whole fact that I don't know, maybe you're finding yourself in a weird social encounter where everybody in the party is poisoned, has their drink poisoned, might be again very niche at times. Again, okay, or who knows, maybe it depends on the group. I might not be in the right to say about this, but maybe. Or at the same time, who knows, you might have, you know, again, even the poison encounter, although Gestalt and similarly I think also Pathfinder, they've made so that poison doesn't feel as kind of like a throwaway damage type, because in D&D poison is such a widely resistant and widely resisted and nullified damage type that it's basically kind of laughable to have it as one of your go-to damage types to use. So yeah, it'll be best not to So there, yeah. But I think if I remember correctly, both Gestalt and I think also Pathfinder approach the poison effect and conditions a bit differently. So which allows you to have them still be in play even in weirder scenarios. And yeah, yeah, and also any other reason if something just doesn't work thematically, conceptually, or even is just too confusing, you can always speak with your game master and swap a class feature for an appropriate feat honor. This shouldn't be the norm, but we'd rather you have a freer hand in bringing your character concept to life. Okay, yeah, that's also an iffy thing, but yeah, again, just talk with your game master, see about it, and exaggerating with this can get into the weird territory where you could feel like some things can get into the weird, like, special treatment. So, you know, again, balance it out so, you know, you don't feel like you're alienating the other players in the party and other players in the group that may not necessarily follow with us. Understandable if, you know, if certain features or certain concepts of a character might be too confusing. Although from what I've seen so far, in most scenarios, features have been I found they have been like well written, like well detailed and well spoken. So I don't think there is any reason not to. I don't think there is too often the scenario where a feature doesn't is hard to understand. But on the other arguments of not fitting the theme or concepts, that can also be a bit understandable. I don't know. That's at the very least from my perspective. I usually try to, whenever I look for a class or a character, I try to find something that kind of clicks in most situations. Like most of the stuff that is there present can fit, and I'm the type to kind of usually like reflavor purely for like aesthetic and thematic reason. Nothing about like the mechanical everything functions the same. It's just purely for the aesthetical, for me to kind of fit my concept a lot better. So yeah. Yeah. Then aside from any other reason, aside from talking about like, you know, swapping, that's also the talented class feature. Several classes have a class feature called Talented, which grants them a feat of the same name. This class feature that stacks with itself. Each instead of Talented affects a different skill. So despite being identical, you don't need to replace one with a feat. So yeah, this is one of the few HK scenarios where Talented can have a duplicate effect at the same level. And I'm pretty sure like they are synchronized to get at the same level, so you can like harmonize to basically increase your skill in your multiple skills at the same time. So again, something that if you are a bit more into that min-maxy scene, that might be something that interests you. Because by the way, everything is considered a skill. Even spell casting is considered a skill. So if I'm not mistaken, Talented can push spell casting higher, if I remember correctly. Or at the very least, that's how we've ruled it ourselves in the group. So, however you feel about that, that can work. So, hey, if you want to boost your spellcasting, especially because spellcasting, if I remember correctly, differs if you have like two classes that use two different abilities. And just as I was about to, just as I mentioned that, actually, this section specifies that clearly. If two classes give you the ability to cast spells, the mana from those two classes don't stack. They are not pooled together. You simply have two pools of mana that cast specific spells from that cast specific spells from. For example, if you're a cleric wizard, you have the pool of cleric mana, and also you have the that you use to cast cleric spell, and you also have a pool of wizard mana that you use to cast wizard spells. The same is true for spells DCs. If you are a wizard and cleric, your wizard spells have 1 DC, while your cleric spells have a different one. Again, because in this situation, you know, wizards are intelligence scale, so their DC is based on that, while clerics are wisdom scale, so their DC is based on that. So you'll have different types of attack. So you'll have different types of stats for those DCs and attack rolls. Yeah, that's basically more of the general like kind of nuances when playing two classes at the same time. Because overall, that everything is the same. It's going to be mentioned also. I think at advancement. Yeah, at advancement, it's gonna be mentioned. But yeah, I generally have enjoyed the system and have enjoyed the concept and of being able to create a more nuanced character that by having two sets of features and two sets of thematics combined together and creating something completely new from it. So that's kind of, so to me, I see that as a perk and as a bonus. And even though, yeah, at times, even though it's mostly a power fantasy and it's not really in the scene of, you know, having grueling encounters or challenging encounters, it overall has been still a lot of fun. Because, you know, power fantasies are also fun the same way, you know, anything more hardcore, like, yeah, like power fantasy like Doom, for example. Yeah, it's still fun, while at the same time, you know, you could also have fun with a more of a hardcore, not necessarily hardcore, but more of a challenging experience. How is it, for example, a Souls-like? So, you know, there's nothing bad between the two of them. They're both fun experiences in different ways. You know, at times you might want a power fantasy, at times you might want a more challenging encounter. One or the other. Again, it could also be of how your game master runs it. Again, Ghost's MO of things is he's not necessarily looking to TPK characters and not really putting them into those scenarios either. Like, you know, if it happens, it would never happen intentionally. It might just happen because of circumstantial things that might be in the moment. And if that's the case, we're just gonna run with it and see wherever that goes. But so far, we had some close encounters. I had a few. I think with Eve once. I think I had once with Damien. If I don't think I had one with Damien, but the rest of the group definitely had. I was pretty close to myself because I was kind of running my my resources dry, and a vampire running out of blood points is not something that you should have around. So yeah, I was getting close to a breaking point there. And and definitely not with Kati or anybody else in the new vampire game tour. But I know for definitely I was kind of got close with that at least once, and some of the group in some of the other games, but never actually died. But yeah, again, that depends on the groups and game master and what everybody is looking for. Which personally I'm completely fine. I also enjoy the challenging experience, don't get me wrong, but at the same time I'm also completely fine because, believe me, I was in a Curse of Strahd game. My character got knocked out quite a few times or been at really low HP, and also I was a blood hunter. So for those who know the homebrew blood hunter in D&D would understand my toilet struggle. And guess what? Even to this day, technically that character has not died. I'm still alive, even though I had a point where I was in death saving throws, and due to some character shenanigans, I had disadvantage on all my death saves, and I stabilized only by using death saves. Nobody was around to actually stabilize me because everybody was knocked unconscious. So that was something. So yeah, even though I've had many grueling encounters and almost death experiences, not even near death, almost death. Almost dead experiences. So yeah, and I've enjoyed them as much. I'll be fair, Curse of Strahd has a bit of that issue that party synergy is a bit of a must, especially when it comes to having a support class that's kind of necessary. So yeah, especially because one of the artifacts that you have to find is it requires you to be a specific type of class. So yeah, that's also not a lot of fun. But anyways, that's kind of how the thing is. But yeah, continuing with the discussions. Now we're jumping into character advancement because I also want to kind of like generally cover character creation, not just not just simply how you do a level 1 character. And once we go through all of this, we can also run and try out a fun little character, a level 1 character. We're not gonna go too in depth with some things there. Like, I'm not gonna start explaining what class choices I'm doing and whatever the hell, just general. But yeah, okay, so let's go with character advancement, leveling up. Characters advance as they become more experienced, orderly, and competent in the skills they use to progress in their adventuring career. While this often involves spilling some poor mook's blood on the cobblestone, it doesn't always. Gestalt uses milestone advancements. This means that when you hit a certain milestone in the story, you are rewarded by gaining a character level. Deciding how to measure what constitutes the milestone and when to give a character a level can be challenging for a game master. So we have a game master section on that. Each time you level up, check the character advancement chart to see what you get. So yeah, every time you in this game, every time you level up, you will most likely get something that you will have to look into or figure out or anything of the sort. So there's always something to look forward to for every level up. There is no even in the more mundane moments. And yeah, this game overall utilizes the milestone system. There's no XP system here, so mostly to emphasize like story beats and all that, because there are scenarios and there have been some moments where game masters unawareingly probably made some insanely hard encounter with an insanely amount of XP pool that just power leveled and power grinded their quote-unquote power grinded their characters to a point that they didn't really expect. And honestly, I think in general, I'm of the opinion that milestones are fun, and let's not even get into the discussion of split XP or anything of the sorts. That to me, that not only does it complicate things, because you as a game master have to keep track every time somebody does a killing blow. If you do something of the sorts of like, yes, the one who did the killing blow gets the XP, because that's completely unfair for the support classes or any class that it's not necessarily combat focused. And usually in those kind of separate XP pools and all that, is not given in equal measure when it comes to then social scenarios, because either by not social scenarios not offering at all, or if they offer, they do not balance that out the same way, which is why, in my opinion, the XP option always feels like it favors the more combat focus, and it's at times been argued that it kind of encourages a more kind of combat, quote-unquote, sometimes murder hobo type of groups. Because hey, we need to level up. Okay, let me just grind XP. Let's jump around, kill everything that we find around. And again, that's also another thing. Kill everything that you find around. That also probably encourages certain players to interact violently with characters that they should not do that. They should probably be they should be character plot hooks or anything else of the sort that should help the characters in a more pragmatic way, and not necessarily in the yeah, you are a bag of XP, gimme. But yeah, anyways, that's my personal opinion. Aside from the hassle of trying to keep up an individual track, if you do that individually, even doing it as a group where the total XP from that encounter is given to the entire group, it's still that whole thing of it gets uneven. And also getting to that point where if somehow the players get uneven amounts of XP and some are higher level than others, I don't know, that feels like it could create some unnecessary imbalances. I think with the right groups and all that shouldn't be that big of a deal, especially if there's no obvious like special treatment towards a specific player, and that's the reason why they're getting ahead of the rest of the group, and it's just a way of how things naturally flow. I've even heard interesting discussion of if you have like one-time players, you can have that, especially those who are a bit more also experienced in the game. You can have those moments of having like these kinds of like mentor characters that show up, especially for like sessions where you have like a quote-unquote guest player that comes in just to play once or twice, and having them boosted up for like a few extra levels, it gives them the opportunity to kind of be in the spotlight for those few moments for those few sessions they're going to be present. So then once they're out, it's back to the rest of the group. So that that kind of pushes the possibility of those characters to kind of be in the spotlight by doing that. So, and you don't have to like over level them too much, just a few extra levels. Like I think in D&D and probably some other games, just offsetting them by being 2 levels higher is more than enough to add a significant difference between the characters and to kind of make them stand out slightly more. At the very least, if we are talking about D&D, because at the odd number levels, you always get something. You always get a significant milestone at the odd levels. At 3rd level, at that point, every character should have their subclasses, so they are well defined. So you have a level 1 party, and you have a guest player that is 3rd level. As already from the beginning, you have someone a bit more out there by having a specialization of some sorts and putting themselves out there. Then if let's say you have a 3rd level group and the guest character is level 5, again putting D&D as an example, at level 5 you unlock powerful abilities like 3rd level spells, which is that usually it's a turning point for spellcasters when they really become powerhouses, or you unlock multi-attack. So even for the martial classes, you become a lot more significant a lot more impactful in combat. And to be fair, from that point on, it's not as significant, but you might have some occasional odd level milestones here and there where that can make the difference. But at the very least, in those like early levels, level 3 and level 5, with a smaller or with a group that is of lower level than that, can already show the difference of how technically more advanced or more experienced your character is, and how they can have a better chance of having an opportunity to get into the spotlight by simply being better performing at the task compared to the rest of the group. And again, this is for the intent that the player is temporarily there. So at the very least, for the short moment that they're in the spotlight, once they're out, the rest of the group can get back into the spotlight, and it's completely fine. So yeah, there are ways to do that, but in my opinion, overall milestone advancement, it's kind of like the safety net of if you are not sure with your group of how everybody is gonna handle every situation and every issue. Just make sure just use milestone, figure out like either points in the story or points in how the characters themselves have progressed, maybe in other ways that you find significant, maybe through backstory reasons, maybe all the characters get themselves involved into an arc that is related to one of the characters and feel like they made some interesting progress there. That could be influential. Again, also the mention of hey, maybe you just maybe you also you reach an important part of the story, or you complete an important part of the general story that Game Master has prepared. That's also a point for them to gain a level and so on. So yeah, I think it's a lot more, it's easily controllable. There is at times where you might get into those scenarios where the Game Masters might just withhold that advancement because they don't feel like, because I've also heard that the other side of the coin where, Game Master might hold back on leveling up because they might feel like whatever progress you have done with your characters does not feel right. In my opinion, you can also, in that point, can also run like some sort of safety net of, even if you feel like your characters might have not done too much, if you run enough sessions, maybe give them an advancement. Like once, like, for every level, think about like a number of sessions. If you feel like the advancement will not be reached by that end of that session, or at the very least, maybe somehow converge it that so that arc milestone reaches that session. So either way, if you feel like they don't necessarily make progress or they do not pick that plot thread, at the very least you might still have a reference point where you advance. Maybe you're not going to do exactly that session, maybe you're going to do the next one, or maybe you feel like somehow unexpectedly the session before, the one you would have expected them to, you would have planned them to level up, hit that. But you know, have have different reference points. So depending on the scenarios, because again, especially for games that are more sandboxy, more free flowing, it's a good way to, you know, have different reference points, and based on how the rest of the group reacts and interacts with the scenarios you're putting, then you can pick and choose from the few reference points that you're given which one feels more relevant in that moment, in that scenario. And then the next time around, put those same different types of references again for different type of things, and then again compare it, and maybe that next time you're gonna choose something different, and so on. So yeah, have options, not necessarily just don't keep yourself you know, steadfast on or hard-headed into, oh no, they need to complete this specific plot hook. If they do not complete this plot hook, they're not gonna level up and they're gonna be stuck there until then. Because that can be rough. Modules usually do that, but to be fair, if at the very least for modules who are a lot more linear, there's gonna get a point anyways where characters are not gonna be able to do much unless is outside of interacting with that final thing that they should interact, and that should offer them advancements. Although if you go about something a bit more sandboxy like Curse of Strahd, that might be a bit more challenging when it comes to figuring out how to advance them if the group decides to just do a world trip around Borovia at level 1. So yeah, sometimes it can be tough, but hey, find ways. And thankfully, this book offers you some advice, which we might cover at some point. Not today, definitely, but definitely sometime, at some point else. Yeah. Then aside from yeah, one of the first things you do when you level up is hit points. You gain hit points per level from the class with the highest hit points per level each. You also gain your constitution modifier in extra HP each level, and as any other TRPG, if later down the line you increase your constitution modifier, that means that for every previous level up, you also add that additional extra modifier that has been added. So you get significantly beefier by boosting modifier. Class feature, you might also gain a class feature associated with both your classes, because in general all class features are lined up to be given at the same levels. So you're never gonna hit an encounter situation where for one class you're gonna get let's say class features at odd levels, and for another class you're gonna get them at even levels like that. No, they're always gonna line up at the same levels. So that's not an issue. Feats at the indicated level, you also get a feat. A list of feats can be found in chapter 8 of the book. As mentioned before, feats are a separate thing that you can obtain alongside, as you can see already here, ability score improvements are also separate. Then you have talents and orders. Classes have options that you can select. These are generally referred to as talents if they are a list you can pick from, or order if they are a linear progression of abilities you gain. If your class or classes grant talents, you gain one from each class you have at the indicated levels. If your classes have an order, you gain the order's indicated ability for that level. A given talent can only be selected once unless otherwise noted. So yeah, basically it runs both. Order is the more classical if you if you play D&D and Pathfinder, where you gain a specific feature at a specific level, and that's all you get. While talents are more something like maybe what you've seen in certain subclasses, where you get a selection of skills that you can add to your character as you progress. And those in this situation, that's what the talents are for some classes, where basically some classes don't necessarily have overarching themes. While orders are the classical subclasses that you'd encounter in most other games, the talents are more the idea that the class itself, its overall general theme is basically this. It's not really anything else. You're just gonna have different interpretations of it. But overall, they follow the same theme. most of the martial classes are utilize talents. Orders at times are utilized by spellcasters. There might be, of course, exceptions for both, but that's kind of what I've seen. Paladins, for example, here, because they're spellcaster and martial, they have orders because paladin thing. There might be some other martial classes who might have orders. I think ranger also has orders. I'm not sure for the spellcaster if there is. I think wizard might have talents. Yeah, I think wizard has talents instead of having an order. So there's also exceptions for those, but I've seen generally the theme of martial classes have talents and spellcasters have most of the spellcasters have orders. Then you also get honors at an indicated level, and you have there's also a list of honors which we've just talked about, and you also get an ability modifier increase at indicated levels, which is once every 5 levels. So at 5, 10, 15, and 20, and you can improve them by you can improve 2 ability modifiers with a +1 and one of them with a +2. All the improvements from a given increase must go into abilities unless otherwise indicated. Any ability modifiers can't be above +10. And also sidebar, check to make sure that your base abilities are calculated correctly based on your levels, because believe me, if you start during the level ups where you increase your numbers, you have to kind of keep an eye out, because a lot of things shift, because a lot of things are influenced by your modifiers, and you have different sets of proficiencies, so you always have to kind of like double check every time a modifier is changed or shifted. But yeah, ability score improvements here are very generous, because you get 2 +1s and a +2, all of them for separate skills. So you, for example, you can do a +2, let's say intelligence, a +1 dex, and a +1 con. That's it. Next time do something different. But yeah, it's really generous. Initially when I read it, my brain kind of went to the D&D logic of, oh, it's 2 +1s or a +2 of your choice. But no, it's mentioned you can improve 2 of them by +1 and not or one of them by +2. So it's quite a generous ability score improvement. And I think I did my math on mine. So if we ever reach capstone with our characters, I would have 2 capstone abilities, 2 like +10 modifiers, both my dex and my charisma, and some decent I think strength and probably con. At least a decent amount of strength to kind of compensate afterwards. So yeah, that'd be a lot. And here you get like an example page of how the list of benefits would be ordered in a class. And to be clear, just because you're gonna see, let's say for example, honor on both classes doesn't mean you get 2 honors. You still get 1 for common aspect, for common features, or for common mechanics. You gain 1. For ones that are specific to your class, you gain 1 from each. So you know, talent order, each feat it's only 1, honor is only 1, ability scoring improvement is only 1, even though you get 2 classes that have, because you know, for easy reference, all classes have to have them listed, because that's, you know, to not always look back somewhere else to see what exactly your advancements are. So for easy reference, but that doesn't mean that you get 2 honors, you get 2 feats, or you get 2 ACIs. No, you still get 1 of each, and only class features and talents and orders are the ones that are given from are taken from each at those specific levels. But yeah, also speaking of milestones, because actually, okay, I thought it was going to be mentioned somewhere later in the book, but I guess not. And just double check to see. Yeah, the book has a thing of loading really weirdly at times. It ramping, I don't know. But yeah, I guess if we are here, why not? Let's talk about milestones, because there's not much to talk about. It is very straightforward with, you know, advancement here. It's simple, not too complex. I appreciate that everything is laid out in very obvious ways to kind of keep in mind, you know, get feats at level 2, and then every 5 levels you get another. You get talent orders at level 3, and then from the looks of it, every 5 levels again. Class features again get one at level 1, and then again at every 5 levels. And you get a capstone ability. So everything is easily, every 5 levels you get the ability score. Every 4 levels you get an honor. So everything easily reference. It's easy to reference. So yeah, you don't necessarily. There's not a lot of complication. It's just something that you just have to double check in case you've forgotten. But otherwise, it's completely streamlined and simplified, and that's really nice. But yeah, talking about milestones. What makes a good milestone? A milestone is a point that is important to the overall progress of the story of your game. Generally, you want a party to have 5 to 10 challenging encounters per level. These are things that are appropriate challenge for the party, its skills and resources. Has an element of risk or danger. The risk doesn't necessarily have to be strictly physical in nature, though it is often. They could risk their reputation, their money, their lives of someone they care about, or so on. So as long as there's some form of risk, but not necessarily just physical, and has narrative significance, the challenge would further the story or goal for the characters. One second. Okay. Remember, not every encounter needs to be a challenging encounter, and sometimes a milestone can just have nothing to do with fighting. Yeah. When I talked about like picking multiple reference points, this is more numerical. I personally put it like in things like sessions, like maybe you run like and you can, if you like to this idea where advancements become a bit lengthier, and you want to feel like characters you want to let the characters kind of feel their progression and experiment with what they have now available to themselves. Oops, sorry, just hit my pop filter. Really sorry about that. You can then as they progress, you can increase how much how many sessions or how many challenges, to a point, of course, to a reasonable point, not escalate it to a ridiculous amount where level 20 means that we're gonna have a session we're gonna do that in like 3 years or something of the sort. So like, no, hit a sweet spot where you feel like, okay, from this point on, if everything is reached around this amount of sessions or this amount of challenges, it's good enough for most levels. Because at the very least with D&D, once you kind of get around like level 15, that's kind of when things get crazy. And I think at that point you just kind of keep it baseline, because it doesn't really matter that much at that point, because your characters are going to be overpowered to hell and back no matter what in most of your encounters. So at that point, yeah, just keep it kind of level. But up until then, yeah, you can escalate it and make it a bit more lengthier each time with it, or have something else to make her. So yeah, that's could be your first reference. Another one, narrative significance. If they completed something that progresses the story or furthers the goals of a character is another reference. And hey, you might have some other forms here. We might have a mix of both. You might feel like, hey, all of a sudden I created I've realized that this encounter was very challenging. It should not gotten this end result, but you somehow succeeded and achieved this end result. You know what? This I feel like this is worthy for a milestone, so you get a milestone. I think, which is something that actually could happen, because we got a level up after the combat scenario of defending the gate, which the whole point of that scenario was we were supposed to defend it until everybody evacuated and then leave, because it was the whole idea that it's gonna get overwhelming and we're not gonna handle it. Little girls didn't know that we had a little spawner of nukes, so not that big of a deal, I guess. So yeah, we basically made the army retreat, not us retreating. So yeah, unexpected outcome. That's worthy of a milestone. If it's something way beyond what you would have hoped to get out of it. So yeah, you can also have those kind of moments where you realize like, huh, that was actually not what I've expected, and actually shows how prepared and skilled your group is. Okay, milestone. So yeah, for examples at milestones, game that focuses on exploration could use points of interest that a party explores as a milestones and set up challenging encounters along the way to add to the threat. A game that is about collecting certain magical items could reward a party with a level when they collect another item, while the guardians of those items could be challenging encounters or even bosses. A game about hunting mystical beasts could reward the party with a level after slaying one of the beasts with its minions and the encounters they meet along the way. So yeah, if you have something that it's a bit more easily to kind of it has kind of a pattern, then it makes it even easier that way, because you can add more challenges in between those two in between those two goals. So that way, if you feel like you want to do that kind of more feel like everything is earned, or feel like everything is more challenging, you can do that and adjust, and each time you can swap around and figure and and adapt based on the end results. Yeah. Communicating milestones. The single most important thing about using a milestone-based system is to clearly communicate what constitutes a milestone. And for a game master to make it clear what the next milestone should be. It can be something simple as, okay, so you defeated a villain's army. Every time you defeat a stronghold, you gain a level. The game master can throw in some bonus levels, but the milestones should be clearly communicated to the players, and the players should not be struggling to decide where to go next in order to progress. When in doubt, give them an out-of-game hint to facilitate in-game progress. Up here, I would say that at times you could keep it a bit vague, or at the least you could offer like multiple options. So that way, either the players either have choices, or not necessarily feel like the players would not feel obligated to constantly encounter. Again, if that's the communicated theme of the campaign, where hey, the whole point of this campaign is to as mentioned in the example, collect artifacts, play beasts, or anything of the sorts, then sure. But at the same time, be flexible with the idea that hey, maybe there's gonna be some encounters here and there where they might gain. I feel like there is a charm to a bit of the unpredictability of when we level up kind of things. It's clear to communicate some guidelines in what exactly determines a milestone, in my opinion personally, but that doesn't mean that you should reveal every milestone, because at that point you're basically telling the players, oh, you want to level up, just go here, and not necessarily get them an opportunity, because that can also be any influence. And sometimes if you want them to or give them the opportunity to level up, or not to level up, to explore and experience the world, then maybe you should either keep it a bit more vague, or point out multiple solutions or multiple options, so that way at the least the players have the choice, or at the least feel comfortable on doing multiple things before jumping into something that might be connected more to the main story. But anyways, okay, so I'm gonna continue this after the ad break, because there's an ad break right now, and we're gonna finish up this whole discussion left with the milestones, and there's like another thing about training, and then just as a quick exercise, we're gonna create a quick level 1 character in Gestalt. So yeah, I'll be right back. And there we have it. Okay, so let's let's continue. So, we're still on the subject of milestones. We also already discussed a bit about communicating milestones, and now about the frequency of encounters and level ups. This system assumes that you'll have 1 to 4 encounters between each long rest, and expects players to take short rest after every encounter or 2. The general assumption is that a party will be leveling up every few sessions, roughly around 2 sessions. This can vary depend on game, because yeah, time constraints are something dependent, because there are groups out there who do sessions like we do, like in 2-3-ish hours. I think that's how short I think we've got to cutting it, because it's more also of a factor that Ghost is is busy out there and has to, and for unfortunately for scheduling, this is the only day that kind of fit right for all of us, and that means that, you know, time is how it is for a lot of us. So it is. Well, we handle it, and we, you know, we still manage to make it work and have fun with it no matter what. So that's the important part. So, you know, time constraints, I mean that, you know, certain encounters you might not be able to fit certain encounters. Maybe, you know, as mentioned here, certain encounters, the encounters are expected to put you within scenarios where, you know, you either utilize a lot of your resources, requiring you to rest a lot or not. If you're not really if you haven't really encountered that kind of thing, maybe you could consider the encounter is not challenging enough. But, you know, hey, it's also up to the game master to kind of feel around and how all of that kind of goes. If they feel like it's better to just push forward the story and, you know, get to those advancement and milestones and cutting up a bit of the fluff, because that's also something that can happen, and something that we've done and I've done here and there. Like, for example, something that has been clearly communicated with the Supermart one shot for Student for a Causes charity that I'm a part of last year. There was a mention that, hey, we're gonna run for as long as all of you are feeling it. You know, the intended run was pretty lengthy. To be fair, we still got up to like 8 hours of game time or something of the sorts, but there's still like a few more sections left for that one shot. So, you know, Prof being the amazing GM that he has always been doing a quick check-in every pause that we have taken, and basically he has kind of, you know, confirmed that everybody felt fine with it when he got to a point where, like, yeah, we should probably get to wrapping it all up. That's you know, that's kind of when we you know, Prof decided to kind of cut up most of the fluff and just fast forward towards the climax of the one shot. So that was kind of the whole idea, and he did it beautifully and wonderfully, and I loved all the stuff he worked up there. It's he's really talented. Fuck, please check Prof out whenever we get the chance. He's done like an amazing job on that. Actually, let me quickly give a shout out. Why not? And off correctly. Okay. Nope, I didn't. Now I have to find him. I cannot do this without. Now that I mentioned I'm gonna do it, I have to do it. Oh, hi there, Joe. I just noticed for the press up fight. I appreciate the lurking. No worries. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Whatever that may be. God damn it, where's Prof? Now I feel bad because I mentioned them and I wanted to shout them out and I can't now. Oh, it's full username. Okay. For a second, I thought it was abbreviated. My bad. Okay. There we go. Oh, done some weird. Oh yeah, I've seen them. I've seen them doing waves. I mean, out. Boom. Yeah, there you go. Fix it. Yeah, check out. Prof done amazing. Amazing work as a game master for that supermarket session, one shot for the charity. So yeah, and that happened like a year ago. I do recommend it. Boy, I would be so excited to be a part of those again in the future. Unfortunately, nothing of the sorts is happening this time around with the charity, so we'll see how it goes. But anyways, getting back to the topic at hand that was out here. Finally, winning combat and overcoming encounters. Any sort of encounter that can be a challenging encounter, and so long as you overcome the encounter, that is sufficient to justify victory for the characters. Sometimes that means killing the enemies down to the last man. Sometimes that means brokering a peace. Sometimes that can be sneaking around and using clever spells to avoid an encounter. And other times that means talking the enemy down and paying them to join you. If you overcome an encounter, you have won. So yeah, overcoming an encounter doesn't necessarily just mean killing. It can be any other way to solve, an encounter is a problem, you come with a solution. If you've solved the problem, then you've reached the solution, I guess. I don't know, probably not the best analogy. Anyways, the whole thing is that, it's all about problem solving. If you've solved the problem, then the issue is concluded. No matter if whatever was in that encounter is still alive, still living, imprisoned or not, in good circumstances or bad, know of their failing or not or whatever. No, as long as you've overcome something, and it's clear that you as a group have overcome something or avoided something, then that's more than enough for victory and be justified as winning the encounter. So yeah. But yeah, also, like, another thing that I appreciate about Gestalt, to kind of give another little tangent, this is kind of a lot in their style when it comes to writing the books and a lot of their content. They really fast reference anything else that he mentioned of imports, like in the following pages, because again, it mentioned here like Gestalt, it mentions here like milestone advancement, which this could have been like a whole section. Which can totally be a whole section about how to, handle milestone advancement as a game master and how to organize and plan them out and all that. But because they've mentioned it and all that, and it's still an information that would be useful for the reader in this moment, they still do like a quick reference. Either they do it for the sidebar, they do like small little intermissions or anything of the sort. They always kind of jump in and give additional context and information that you can, if you want to, you can at that moment, immediately in that moment, can collect upon. Because there are moments where, and I can say that myself, where I read something, I get to a point where what I'm reading, I was like, that thing is interesting, I want to know a bit more about that now, before I continue, because maybe the context and information that I'm getting from this reference is gonna be useful for me when I'm coming back to continue this. So yeah, that's something that I want to do, and I appreciate that at least Gestalt, the way they structure the books, they always, at the least, they give you some quick snippets of information for you to already kind of utilize and put in practice, or to get to at least be in the know of. And as a final little section, there is retraining. A character may retrain aspects of their character. This means that they may alter choices related to options presented by their character class, such as class feats, class features, choices. Though it takes time and money, a character may retrain any aspect of their character within 1 month of downtime, provided they spend 100 gold per level of their character and have access to the appropriate facility personnel. For example, a paladin wizard who wants to reselect one of their feats may need to go to their order's headquarters and have a priest perform a ritual while studying with the knights to learn their arts. Certain choices say once this choice has been made, it cannot be altered, or something similar, and such choices cannot be retrained without express permission from the game master, and then only if it is thematically and narratively appropriate. I'm not sure if I encountered anything of the sorts from what I've created and what I've looked at with characters, but interesting. Optionally, a character can retrain more fundamental things about their characters, like cultural traits. This comes at the discretion of the game master and must make sense. An elven druid rogue may want to retrain their poisoner cultural trait to or elven archer when they go to level 16, as the nature blessing class features does something similar. So on the other hand, an orc shouldn't be able to retrain their tusk lineage trait, as it is a physical. So yeah, retraining, good rule of thumb is within reason and within logical reason, and within sensibility. So yeah, most things that are about physicality, that'd be really odd to retrain. Maybe, I mean, again, in certain scenarios I could see that, like maybe the tusk lineage trait, maybe if somehow the character goes through some experience that they lose their tusks, maybe in that case. But in any other form, no, I don't think it's any logical for like the character to like full on remove their tusks and do something else instead. That's a bit wild, but anyways. And yeah, this also is a good option to kind of give you a bit of reason mechanically, and don't necessarily feel like you've at certain points feel like you've bought into something that you're no longer having fun with, because that's more than anything the problem. That especially for those who play for the first time the game, it's a bit annoying that you make a choice, you feel like that's a right choice, then as you play and experience the game a lot more and get to understand the game better, you realize that, oh, this choice that I selected is not good for me, either because maybe not, you realize it doesn't fit the theme, you realize that it's extremely niche and you don't really want that, especially if it's something like a class feature or class or order ability or anything of the sort. So you'd want to have some skill sets that are more widely used in your current scenarios, or simply, I don't know, you just don't feel like it fits well with anything else that you have there, or maybe doesn't synergize well with the rest of your kit or anything of the sort, or it kind of clashes. That can also be a reason. So yeah, you should do that as well. Although a thing that I also do, I also recommend is maybe also talk with the group and maybe also find other alternatives in these situations. For example, something that actually for our group we do as a as a ruling, specifically for spells, nothing else but just spells. You can, when you gain a new spell, which happens once every 2 levels, at odd levels, that's when you gain a new spell, you are also able to replace an existing spell with something new. In case, and we basically given ourselves this option because everyone here is playing for the first time, and maybe there are gonna be scenarios where maybe we're gonna get to a point where we realize that, oh, we've chosen this spell, we haven't really put it in use, and it feels like it's just dead weight. So at the very least, for spells, this is an easy out for everybody to be like, okay, when you once every 2 levels, when you advance your character and get a new spell, if you want, you can replace an existing spell with a new one. So you still have the same amount of spells, but sometimes you can get some 2 new things in place of 1, especially one of the things that you get rid of. The thing that you get rid of is not something that you liked, enjoyed, or was no longer useful, or wasn't useful at all for you. In my case, I think I've applied it, but mostly because other things that I have for AF on the spellcasting side, I'm homebrewing and playtesting, so that's kind of the reason why I'm doing that. Because I think, because right now I think we got to the point where I can utilize some new abilities and spells, but we have not really gotten that opportunity to see when that comes around how exactly that happens. But yeah, again, as I mentioned here, everything within reason, within sensibilities, and again with the player and with game master approval, and I would even say to some extent maybe even a group approval. But honestly, if you go by this ruling with a month of downtime, quite a significant chunk of gold, 400 gold per level of their character, it's a lot. Once you are really invested with your character, which, I'm guessing it's also another incentive of not being so easily swappable. And to be fair, at the same time, it also probably balances out, because as you advanced as you progress in your adventures, your whatever treasures and the rewards you obtain are gonna get grander and grander, so this kind of balances it out. Yeah, that's completely fine, and nice option that it kind of offers you, so you don't feel like you've bought into everything and you have to now just make do with whatever you chose. Although I've not seen, once you make this choice, it can no longer be altered. I don't think I've seen anything of the sorts available, or anything of the sorts on, at the very least, on any of the classes that I've looked at. So I have no idea what exactly is happening there. But yeah, from this point on, that's kind of it. That's character creation. That kind of covers all the bases. But as I mentioned before, to kind of wrap it up a bit nicely, why not just quickly jump in and create just a template character, because we can do that. Because I have here the available character sheet available. This is how the Gestalt character sheet looks like. You have name, classes, lineage and culture. You have here the section of keywords, size, reach, and speed, senses, languages, AC, HP, initiative, the fortitude, reflex, will save, and weird save, although this is specific to the one lineage, to the weirdlings. Here is your selection of oaths, your proficiencies, your skills, and all the sundries and all that. We're gonna like go quite generic. We're not gonna go too into details, and we're gonna do like broad strokes of the main aspects of the character, and then if we still have the time, and I don't think like we're wasting too much time, we can also, just for the funsies, look into things like quickly select some weapon, gear, that sort of thing, if needed. So yeah, as mentioned here, let's go with a concept. And honestly, how about a let's see, we have here as in, because I'm gonna use this, so I'm not jumping into any other books, so just what I have here available. What if I would go with an animalkin with maybe a cleric? I'm still debating between what if warlock, something like divinely connected there. Cleric warlock might sound. I have a different idea. The cleric warlock. What if we go like an animal kin, who's a cleric devoted to a specific god, but they also are connected to a pack who's somewhat in conflict with whatever calling and path they have, but they cannot get out of their deal at the moment. So these two. So basically, their clerical path is also a way to kind of repent, or try to mend their ways, or somehow balance out the bad that they're doing. So why not? Let's go with that. Again, as I mentioned, I like to go with adding up the lineage and the classes and cultures before I add anything else, because these are gonna then affect all of the other stuff. So let's go first with animalkin. It's gonna take a while because it takes a bit to load. Okay, so this is animalkin. Okay, we have okay, so we have speed by different sizes, so this varies, and we also have lineage traits. So again, as mentioned here, select a kind of animal. Okay, select the kind of animal. This is your animal type. Do your best to select lineage traits that represent your animal type. Okay, to double check, just because because you get all 3 lineages and you get 1 culture. So okay, let's start with the basics, which is here. We'll go medium size. Unfortunately, the way this kind of fit in is a bit weird, so that means that we have a speed, reach. I don't remember what exactly reach was. Let's also add keywords while we're at it. We have humanoid and animal. I prefer to do it alphabetically. Humanoid. Those are okay. Bonus starting HP. So to just keep it in mind for the time being, we are just gonna put it here as 5. We'll see how much. So that's done. And then I'm thinking something maybe cat, dog like. Why not? Let's go fox like. Why not? Okay, so you have empathic animal. You are professional with animal husbandry. If you'd be professional from your classes, you'd become exceptional. Additionally, you gain 1 free hero dice if any animal husbandry check related. So let's put that here. Because of formatting, I'm gonna quickly go. Yeah, it also reformats itself and ordered. Okay, so I'm professional in animal husbandry, so I can already add that here. Off. Or, to put it simply, we can add just to mention that professional. About it. Okay. And we also have fight or flight. Choose either reflex or fortitude. You are professional in the chosen save. Not improve exceptional. This does not improve to exceptional if you are already professional. Okay, so we can only keep 1, and I think reflex fits better, maybe. Again, we might redo this choice depending on what we get from the other classes, just to maximize it, pure maxing potential. The thing that I like to do personally is this. I don't know why right now they're no longer like formatting, but oh well. And finally, animal trait. Pick 2 of the following options. Once the choices are made, they cannot be changed. You may pick the same option more than once. Okay, so natural attack, sense. Okay. I will say I'll go with sense dark vision. And do a natural attack. So let's go like this. Yeah, it's a bit funky the way great. like this. You have natural attack, meaning that I don't know why the formatting of this thing is a bit funky. Okay, because my PDF it's a lot like when I've edited the PDF, it's a lot better than this. Okay. And you get gain. Let's do a claw attack. Well, that and something that you I also like to do. Simplify text. I'm not gonna do I'm gonna do it with I messed something up with this section. Okay, go fix it. Right now I would add the professional to reflex and we'll see how that goes. And back. Yeah, let's put it like this and put it here. Skilled. Of course, we can also add it here. If I'm not mistaken, natural attack, I think it still counts like as a D4 or something of the sort, so fine. But yeah, we have this selected. Now let's go to our classes. What do we first we're gonna compare to see which one. Actually, no, not with classes. I forgot. Let's go with lineage. Not lineage. Let's go with culture. I think I would go with general culture. I think I will go with diaspora. Why not? And I think I'll take, because for the cultures you only take one. I'll take way of world, because let's, yeah, why not? Let's make our fox character an explorer. So have already traveled the world far and wide and have friends and enemies in every trading hub. You become professional in merchant lore. If you already are professionals from it, your classes, you become exceptional. Okay, so we can already make a note of that. Okay. So now we can also make a mention here lineage and culture. So we have an animal aspera. So that's all mentioned. Oh yeah, we have dark vision. We know one, and also not sure if there is like a specific language for them. I don't remember from the setting itself, so maybe talk. I don't know. We'll see. There. Oh, although there is actually no. I'm gonna keep oaths after adding the classes, because again, at the very least, I'm also showing you a bit of my general process of how I like to do. And right now, you know, I'm more on the side of covering, you know, first putting some things together, and then based on that, as the ideas kind of start to click, I'll have a better formulated concept. So okay, cleric. You have the keywords cleric, spellcaster, divine magic. Also, cleric gains the keyword dedicated domain. Domain is replaced by their domain's name. Okay, let's see. Because now we just have to look at features. Okay, you have class features. Signature ability chosen. You have been granted a great power. Whether you use it responsibly depends on who granted you it to your benefit. Become exceptional in spellcasting, so that's actually a really good option to have. Choose which domain you draw divine power from. You also have, and yeah, those are spellcasting. That mentions what type of spells we get. Divine power. And here are also the gods. You have the storyteller, which is the main god of this this domain, and you also get an oath from it, so that's nice. You have the healing domain. Whenever turn down an earnest request for aid. I mean, infinity domain. I will seek to understand infinity, the fundamental forces of the universe and truths. Mystery domain. I will seek to the unknown and explore it, even if it is dangerous or hazardous to my faith. We already kind of mentioned the character is a bit of an explorer. Sun domain. I should not let undead or unholy creatures go unpunished. War domain. I will never turn down a challenge if itself in good faith. Yeah, I think we already have I think we're gonna go with mystery domain. I think that fits right. So that's the first option. Let's see what warlock gives us before we decide which one is primary. Because right now, yeah, getting exceptional spellcasting is not a bad thing. It's actually pretty good to have. Okay, a signature ability, your patron's favor. You become exceptionally spellcasting from your favor, from your patron. That's it's literally the same thing, but for the but okay, keep in mind, as it mentioned before in character creation, the spellcasting and mana pools and spell pools are separate, so we cannot have both of them. So we need to move around. I would say they are more in a situation where they are more devoted to their cause than necessarily to their patron favors. So I think they'll be more dedicated to being a cleric than to being a warlock. So I think cleric makes a lot more sense to be the main path. So let's do cleric first then. Because I just wanted to look first at the signatures just to quickly make the decision. If we would have decided to the warlock, I would have also jumped there. So, let's first... I'll add first the features, because afterwards we have to do like back and forths with the signature abilities and all that. So, let's... This one... Really? I'm not... Using the edge preview, because I don't have a... Eric block. Primary and secondary, that's usually how I like to order them. Let's go with cleric first. Ability. Spell casting. First swing. Oh, I should probably add it. I think I should put a back here. I have two types of spell castings. Pretty sure this one is because yeah, this one is wisdom, the other one is charisma. Pretty sure this one is professional. There we go. But just make sure I put there. Okay. Then we have spellcasting at first level. I don't think I need this added here, so this truncate all of that. Yeah, unfortunately, because Gestalt is a bit more of a niche system, it doesn't have access a sort of like customized like character creator to make all of this easier, more I guess more readable for you all, but it's not a big of like a process. I'm not gonna be too in depth with how I'm organizing this. Just a bit, just more than anything, kind of showing you how I kind of put everything together and most of that. So, yeah, you can cast spells drawn from the divine spell list. You have 5 plus your wisdom modifier in mana to cast cleric spells, casting a spell costs 1 mana. You recover all mana after a long rest, and yeah, spell casting is based on your wisdom. You start with 3 spells of your choosing from the divine spell list, and the spell cleanse corruption at third level. Every odd level you gain 1 new spell from the divine spell list. That's the option. Then finally we choose a domain. We're gonna put as mystery, because I think that's the last thing we need. Yeah, then we have channeling. We're also gonna look quickly at domains because to see if we have anything for first level. No, aside from just some extra details. A mystery that delete everything. Actually, because we already added that, yeah, this is a lot of like lore options, so let's just put it like this. Very favorite weapon stave, symbol a blind eye. And for oaths, I can get this and put it here. Unfortunately, the way this oath section is organized is not really great. I'll be fair, because it just puts it in a line. It doesn't like section it like in paragraphs, and it's a bit annoying. I'll be fair. I don't personally like that. That's the only section I don't like, and I would suggest if you're using the PDF, just probably have that noted somewhere else separately. Maybe actually in the notes. I think that's gonna be a lot better organized and you know, a lot better here than up here. Even though technically you should always have them up for reference. I personally do not like that. It just the formatting for this box is not great. And now finally let's look at, I know it's just the loading being funky. Okay, this one is 7. I'll have to double check once we jump to the other section. So we are professional in all simple weapons. Okay, professional in domain's favorite weapon and caster weapon. Okay. I'm gonna put it like that. Not sure exactly. Guessing his case, I have some sort of. In case I don't have a domain's favorite weapon, I have a class. You know, okay, I'm professional in defense. There. I have light and medium armor efficiencies. I think it's. I can use light armors or medium armors. Okay, I'm scaled in reflex and fortitude. Okay. Scaled and professional in will saves. So, any other mention here that I forgot? Version lore. So far, so good. Because I'm already having a higher skill set here from a trait, so we cannot place that. Defensive trait, I'll put here light. Armor, just. I don't think you have any other place where you mentioned. Pretty sure. May change your fortitude save to professional in exchange for making your will save skilled. Oh, interesting. I don't want to do that though. Professional in your spellcasting, but because we are chosen, we are now exceptional. Bonus language. You learn one of the following language: accursed, cosmic, exalted, or great. I will choose exalted. I realize that. Actually, no. Exalted. Not. Get an extra of defined by domain. I will read it down. Cleric skills. You are professional in one of the following skills. In addition to being exceptional with religion. I would put medicine. Religion. He's been he's traveled all around the place, so they need to figure out how to handle themselves. I think professional here makes sense. So that kind of covers it. Now let's jump. Oh yeah, the keywords. Or I forget it. Come on. Eric. Okay. Pick. Dedicated. History. Master. Again, because this is also weirdly just put in a line. It doesn't really help, but there's no really other option to prepare to have it put here. It is what it is. So that's all the stuff for cleric. There's nothing else. We have HP per level 7 here, and warlock has it. Load. Oh, there it is. Ooh, 9. Okay, so warlock goes up. So far we have 34. Instead, we decide to figure out the con. That's our max one. I'm gonna add the keywords now. Okay, warlock. One of them. Spellcasting is already added. This may change in another kind of magic depending on your patron. I'm not gonna add arcane magic there. And dedicated patron and all that is gonna change based on that. Let's first add our skills this time around because we already covered for the cleric, so we can quickly cover that. All simple weapons are skilled, while I have professional, and caster weapons professional. So that means that I'm untrained in martial weapons, looks of it. So it is what it is. Light armors, same. Ooh, I can do an interesting thing here, because I'm both professional here. Yeah, a thing that I can do, I can actually, because of how these are ruled, I can actually become professional in all the saving throws. That's actually kind of useful. Here is kind of like one of the benefits doing all this. A professional spellcasting for that I've done. No bonus languages. No signature ability. Oh, okay. I'm professional in one of the following skills. Also, okay, with your facts indicated skill. Okay. I would say I would put arcane lore. Professional. They've started either with their patron or deity, so I think that works. And now, yeah, let's first get all these abilities. So first, the infamous Eldritch Blast. Let's get it and put it here, and because of our organized here, you can I also like to put the deeper rules here as well because they are actually really useful to have. I also would personally like already make the math here, but and I just put the final number, but I don't think I'm just now. I'm gonna leave it as is. Yeah, I remember were you into metal music, or if I've ever asked. Hi there, I mean, I'm okay with it. I don't really know metal bands, I'll be honest, but I'm one of those kind of polyjammerous individuals. Like, if I usually vibe with a lot of music. There are some asterisks here and there, but overall, I'm fine with most stuff in general. So yeah, if you wanna like ask me around about that kind of stuff, sure, why not? Okay, we added the super rules, so because they are different type of spellcasting rule, gonna get both. Why the hell do you wanna... Really though? I just do... Oh no. Okay, I see how it is. Worries, I can just do it like so. Okay, I'm just once again listening to some a lot much Japanese metal, also more all female. To be fair, I don't know a lot of it. I know I think baby metal is probably don't actually kind of probably vaguely heard of, and that's probably from a long time ago. I don't know why. I'm not sure if it has something to do with the browser padding the formatting for this PDF jump all over the place. Because yeah, the formatting adjusts in size in these boxes, but it never was this jumpy for some reason. But at times I vibe with it. Don't get me wrong, and I listen a bit into into the Japan scene of music. More specifically, I'm more into the kind of hip hop kind of stuff, rap kind of swing, electro swing kind of thing, like Fake Type, Demon Dice, Hanakan, Ado, Canaria, Echo 27, sometimes also some a bit more pop-ish. I'm not sure if I would consider pop. A lot of them are kind of more electro swing. To be fair, most of them are also collaborated with Fake Type, and that's probably also the reason why. Also, sweet, they were in Germany. That's kind of nice. Okay, and people. Invocations where it's innate spells. Invocations are not innate spells. They are simply spells you can cast at will. They use your spellcasting space. You can cast ritual as invocations, but find invocation list. Warlocks don't have mana. Warlocks will work with abilities that require mana. Yeah, Warlocks will function a bit differently. You can cast spells drawn from your patron spell list. You start with one spell known as an invocation of your choosing from your patron spell list. Warlock invocation don't cost mana to cast and can cast any number of times between rests, though you can only cast Warlock spells in this fashion. So yeah, basically you have a lot more limited in spellcasting as a Warlock in this system. But it's nice because they give you like unique ways to kind of cover on like spellcasting. Because even with sorcerers, you can only spellcast if you are in situations of stress. So that means scenarios like obviously the ones with with combat, that sort of thing. And that's page. Not as much with maybe with D&D. D&D kind of keeps it to mostly in the same brackets. I mean, of course, D&D has Warlock functions differently, but hey. Okay, now Warlock packs. Archmage, maybe Astral Pact. We have Formal Pact with a being from the Astral Plane. Funeral Pact is not formal pact between but is open invite for any being of power to contribute a part of their power to something you or your influence. You might have an angel watching you, a Fey looking get a part-time mortal agent. Communal pact actually kind of works because kind of into that idea that there is this kind of back and forth conflict between the divine and Back to the throne. This one is a lot interesting, where you make basically a pact with the ruler as a warlock, which is very fun as an interesting thematic. And an unholy pact, which yeah, it's something obviously demonic. Yeah, I feel like I like communal pact as a concept, as an idea. Again, it's just purely crackpot. Just not gonna jump too heavy into what exactly these combos are gonna make. It's just here to kind of show you the character creation process. This entire thing. So okay. Eldritch Blast type. For granted. Okay, so we still keep arcane magic. Assume they penetrate those who support me with power. I'm a medical message. Okay. I get a back skill in performance, which I think was still professional. I have to double check. Number 8. Oh, there is also like this big table, which I'm not gonna add. Maybe. Why not? I can do it, can I? I can paste it in here. No, I cannot add tables. So yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna do that. Bother with formatting all that BS. Nakash, do you remember that YouTuber Poppy? Name does not sound familiar. Don't know if I know him. Fortunately. Yeah, and also I think I'll take this one. Both. Poppy ump. If you're spamming something to remind me, I don't think I've know them, or if I've heard of them in passing, and just my brain just got out of it. So I'm sorry here. I cannot. I legit I have no idea. I have legitimately no clue in this scenario. What are you referring to? I think that's all we get. Yeah, many masks. Let me choose a let me choose a spell from. Actually, no. Let's just put the entire invocation. Late. I just have it listed here, so it is. Oh. Done. Yeah, that covers all the spells. Let me double check. I think it was a performance. A profession I was getting, right? So, yeah, professional in performance. Okay, let me do that. Actually, it was kind of this mystery too. Back in the late 2010s. These really extract videos that really had no point. From it surrounded her to figure out what all the. Yeah, I don't think I've been into that circle of the internet around that time to know. Performance. Oh, what's the performance option? I blind. Perception, profession. Hold up. Perform. Attack skill. Guessing it's an additional skill? I guess I'll put it in profession because it might have been related to profession. Perform. I know it. I know this. I know the game occasionally, like the system occasionally adds additional skill points and all that sort of thing. So additional like skills. So that might be the fact here. But that kind of covers it, which means that the rest of the things here are untrained. I'm not even gonna, because that's gonna take a long time. But now we can choose a stat array because I think that's gonna be a lot easier. Well, anyway, she did some pop music on the side. I like 10 videos were just is herself over and over again by saying I'm Poppy. Fair enough. I don't think I've been onto that side of the internet, so yeah, I can't really say much about it myself. Like 10-minute videos. Oh god, that sounds annoying. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a fun time, in my opinion. Okay, now that we have all of this, the last thing needed, just selecting our stat array, and to be fair, also gear. That was also another thing. Finalize the HP, but that's something. We'll see if we're gonna focus on it. But yeah, before I get into that, I'm gonna take a quick break because there's a 3-minute ad jumping at us in just a bit. I snoozed a bit because I was thinking I was gonna be done with the character, this kind of quick rundown of the character sheet, but I guess it's a lot longer than I expected. So yeah, I'm taking a quick break and I'll be right back once the ad is over. Okay, return with the home stretch to finish up this character creation. So yeah, and in 2020 she started to make a support act for me. The concept. Oh, nice, good for her. Hey, artists come from all weird corners of the world. Considering the kind of content she's done in the past, from what you've told me, it's kind of obvious she has a bit of that artiste streak somewhere out there. So yeah, that kind of makes sense. But hey, great to see people, you know, advanced in the creative arts, as broad as creativity is in this situation. But hey, awesome. Okay, now the final thing, because yeah, the way I kind of like did things all around is you know, combine the classes, the lineage and culture, the skills and all that, and kind of left the others. I had like the vague concept, then I've added the other mechanical parts, and now I think I have a more clear idea of what I would like to make. So yeah, because we are also running cleric and warlock, that means that, you know, we are running two types of spell casting and 2 types of ability modifiers that we kind of require for both sides of the character. So it would be best if both of them are at decent numbers. So I think I'm gonna do this in IV fashion, and I think Power Hungry is gonna be a good stat array to go with, because it's gonna give us a good chunk of +4s and some decent other modifiers with a dumb stat, which I think I know where I'm gonna put it. So let's go with a +4 in the obvious places, plus and wisdom. I would say they're pretty intelligent. because you know they've wandered around. So, I think a +2 intelligence would help. Guessing they're not necessarily as hardy, maybe not necessarily as dexterous. Exactly sure. Well, they're not gonna use any weapon. So, but you know, dexterity would be a pretty bad handicap to do. To be fair. You have a plus. I guess we'll have to run with it. So we have a 0 in con and a -2 in strength. So not the strongest cookie, but really a lot better in the spell scenario. And also because we have 2 intelligence, that also unlocks us 2 more skills to be at very skilled. So let's go with I would say Fieldcraft because they did a lot of surviving. Let's also put Academia, why not? They're a bit. Yes, so that covers skill sets and ability array, and actually I already have an idea and do personal oaths. I will cover because we said that she's a mystery domain, so maybe she has like a maybe they have like a mysterious past or something, so or something unknown of their past. So I'm the mystery of my past, and I will mission as he's they're juggling this back and forth with both the divine and the warlock pack. So I think this is gonna create an interesting internal and slightly external conflict for the character. So I think this is a good chunk of both oaths for the main character, plus the 2 oaths from both the warlock and the cleric. So that's a lot of fun there as well. That goes like that. Now comes the fun part, which is basically adding all these modifiers to here, to all these boxes, which thankfully also, because no longer have to add the math here, we can just do it like this: 34 out of 34, because we have no bonus constitution. I didn't think it would have been a good idea to put a flat modifier on dexterity, because we already don't have we have some armor proficiency, but I feel like a bit extra defense would be probably a lot more beneficial on, I think, in the long run. Yeah, and thankfully we already have a guide here as part of the character sheet to kind of always quickly reference in how exactly these numbers are added up. So yeah, for anything for all that you're unskilled, you just add your modifier flat. For everything you're skilled, you add your modifier and your level. And oh, I don't think we add the level. Yes. Classes, Cleric, Warlock 1. I guess you put it like that. If you're professional, you add your modifier, your level, and another flat free bonus to the skill set. And if you're exceptional, you add your modifier, your level, and another +6 flat modifier. So let's start with proficiency here. So we have proficient dex, so that's our dex modifier, which is 1, plus our level, that's 2, plus another 3, so that's 5. Here, because we have plus our level, we don't have anything. Constitution plus 3, so that's plus 4. Fortitude saves, and with reflex saves, another plus 5 because we're professional in this. It will saves because we have 4 wisdom, so that's a big number. That plus our level, that's 5, and plus 8. So that's a good chunk on will. We are professional, and because I think I will make a note of dex weapons here, just because that's probably gonna be the focus of having at least finesse weapons, so we have a higher chance of hitting in case we ever try to go with melee weapons. So because we are professional and it's with dex, we can just copy from 5 here. Martial weapons, because we're untrained, there are some dex ones, so we can just add plus 1 best case scenario. Spellcasting, this is the wisdom one for the cleric, so because we're exceptional, that's 5 from 1 plus level plus another 6, so that's plus 11 already. And this one, okay, not okay. And with this one, it's the 3, so that's plus 9. Oh, that's 8. Yeah, plus 8. Math is not mathing. Natural attack, because I think all natural attacks do rank. Unfortunately, even though I'm skilled, that's still... Oof, that's still a -1. Because even with our level... -1. Favorite weapon, I think it was mentioned as a staff. I think it's still a simple weapon, so that's still a plus 5. Caster weapon, I don't know exactly caster weapon, what exactly modifier. Guessing your spellcasting? This one I've never encountered because I've never had any of the classes that would require this. I just remember I forgot to add a keyword. But to add arcane magic. Actually, technically, magic. So I'll add all the keywords. The saves here repeat themselves, so you can just add them again, so that, and they're in the same order, so that 5, 8. That's covered. Here we have intelligence plus our level, so that's a plus 3. Acrobatics, it's either strength or dex, so I'm gonna go with dex, so that's plus 1. Animal husbandry, I'm gonna go with wisdom because it's the higher of the stats. We're professional, so that's 7. Aquatic, that's 1. That's plus 4. Athletics, that's I think athletics in most scenarios is gonna be strength anyway. That bluff, it's a plus 4, even though we're skilled. Fieldcraft, because we're skilled, that's a plus 5. Intimidate, I think I'm gonna go with charisma, because I think that if we're ever gonna intimidate, that's gonna be caution. Investigate, that's a plus 2. Medicine, I think in most situations it's gonna be wisdom. So 7, 8. Here, merchant lore. I mean, it could go either way. I'll probably keep it in. a bit more sense. You or this one was the performance thing, so that's gonna be +8. That's gonna be upper charisma +4. And religion, because we're exceptional, that's 11. 1. plus +1 or +2, either way it kind of works. That all the skill sets here are covered. If I remember correctly, initiative is actually the same as reflex save, so that's +5. And AC, if I remember correctly, it's 10 plus your defense proficiency, which is 5 plus your dex. No, I think it's just plus your defense counts into. I think, yeah, that's 15. That's our unarmored defense, 15. Because then you can also add shields and all that. So, stat-wise, we've covered the general things. Actually, we can add a natural attack here. It's gonna be a plus. No, we mentioned it's a -1, unfortunately. I think it's a 1d4 slashing. That's kind of it. Okay. And we can look really quick for some equipment. At the very least, weapons and armors, because we have that selected. Well, let's equipment, weapons. Best case scenario for weapons, we can do 2 weapons and 1 armor and 1 shield. But I'm gonna go with the I'm gonna go with the ruling. I'm gonna replace a weapon with a shield, so I'm gonna go 1 weapon, 1 shield, and armor. Because in our case, we're not gonna be frontline fighters. Defense and high defense is gonna be really important for us because we don't have a lot of constitution, and we're pretty low on AC on the dex as well. So as much weaponry on that end as we can get. So on the simple side of things, let's get ourselves. Fortunately, the way they are organized, it's not really great. I know there's like a simple finesse weapon that does deep damage. A martial, exotic. Okay. Exotic. We have to go with finesse, so at the very least we get the benefit of having a good chance to hit occasionally, if nothing else. Well, and I think the only good option for us is just going with a dagger. That's your the first gonna be our only weapon, a dagger. So 4 weapons +5 does 1d4 slashing or piercing. And for specialties, it's finesse and thrown. We have that covered. We have our weapon. Now let's go in armors. Okay, that works. We are proficient with medium armor, so we can go with that instead. We're not gonna benefit from dex a lot, so we have movement penalty from it. So, and the likelihood of having higher dex than +4, it's small. Let's go with scale armor. That's gonna be +4, and we can also add the dex. So that's gonna be 19. Okay, so we're gonna go scale armor, and I don't want stuff that gives me protection. Oh. Yeah, let's go scale armor and light plus. That's a +6, so that's 21. So that defense, armor. So you know it's kept track of. Six. 4. +4. This got +4. Shield. Two. 6. 6. It doesn't really matter because I think this one is gonna override it anyway, so fine. So yeah, we covered weapons, armors, and like, although technically we have like a favorite weapon, the staff, and we are like proficient with it. And although I'm pretty sure that like, the staff is a light weapon or carrying dag. Buckler, light. Oh, light shield is a 1d8. Oh, complexity is martial. Why not? Let's add it. Light shield. It was heavy shield. Other one is still a d8, and it is martial, so that means that that's a minus minus. That's a 1 bludgeoning. I have to double check that one. Okay. There's like no staff. Rammer, Grey Club, Glade, Device, kind of weapon, Boomerang. Yep, sure. One. Okay, weird stave, but I don't see any mention of a stave. Or is that like a type of? Oh, I see. So the weapon group that's by. I see one mentioned, but that's exotic, and that's not something I can have as a starting item, so I guess that's that. And to double check with armor, light shield or heavy shield? I could have sworn I only saw shield being listed. Oh. Shield. Oh no, it's light shield. Okay. Heavy shield gives penalty. Shield. Okay. Technically, we have 2 weapons because the light shield can be used as a weapon, technically. But yeah, we're not doing great in the martial category, and not doing great at all, but at least in all other places we're doing fine. And now the only thing left is, you know, the sundries, which I don't think I'm gonna add. I'm just gonna tell you all what exactly you can have access to in a minute. But this is basically... Oh, actually, I forgot mana, because I have 9 mana out of 9, and my 10 plus my spellcasting proficiency. I'm an expert, so that's 10 plus 11. That's 21. Dude. That's a lot. And, you know, I'm not gonna start listing spells and all that, because that's another whole thing, and I think everybody's familiar with that. You can look at it. I would say finding spells, it's a bit annoying because you don't have them. You have no table list at the very least of putting all of them into the into what the category they are. If they are like divine spells, these, you know, having a table of all divine spells, having a table of all arcane spells, all that. No, you have all the spells listed, and you have the keywords on which schools they are available at, and you basically have to keyword search by school, which is a bit annoying. It's not the best. It's not the best organization option in my opinion. So yeah, do check out. That's gonna be a bit of a pain, thankfully, because the warlock does not have mana or anything of the sort, so we do not have to keep track of other mana resources. We just need to keep track of this one. Spell DC wise, it's the same thing, I'm pretty sure, so there's nothing that end that we need to like decide ourselves. Warlock invocation costs mana, spellcasting. Okay. Addition list. Roll 1d8 to determine your damage type. Once per turn, you may roll 1d8 as a free action. To change damage type, when short list may select which damage type. Start. Yeah, you plus 1d6 damage plus fire. So 4, yeah. Yeah, effectively I have a D. Spellcasting at again 21. Yeah, the same type of thing. So let's do it on. Four, you know, the maps are done here. Nice and easy. Yeah, that's generally it, and it's not that it's not, you know, it's a bit of a map here and there, especially once you start adding all these with keeping track of the proficiency and all that. But overall, it covers it nicely. I think it's pretty straightforward and succinct. The character sheet itself, in my opinion, has a bit of issues about like how the text formatting is here, but that might be a problem or limitation of just simply of how PDFs work, and it's probably just been uncooperative in how it wanted to format certain boxes. That's my guess, while, you know, other ones have been a lot more, they've been a better options, like, you know, these ones here and here. Even this one, I don't know why, you know, I'm not sure if it has something to do with how the PDF is generated here on this, because I'm using Edge, because for some reason on my Opera browser, it's really stuttery, these PDFs. To be fair, these PDFs have always been laggy with me for some reason. I'm guessing because I think it's generating a lot of assets, so it might be a lot to deal with. So yeah, that's not great. But yeah, quickly talking about sundries. Yeah, you have by default 15 gold pieces worth of sundry, and here, here is the value. What exactly can be determined, can be categorized as a sundry. It cannot to value more than 5 gold, so 5 or less. It needs to easily fit into a backpack and still have room for either item, so it can't be just a singular item within a backpack. It has to be non-magical. The bulk has to be light, and also non-specific. You know, you don't have the key to the king's bedroom. You could have some keys, like random keys, but not something hyper specific. When it comes to well, that it's really cool that you also get like some approximate values. Also, and it mentions, note, the real reward is literally based on the 2023 US dollar. So who knows? Maybe 1 copper is actually valued a lot more these days due to all that inflation that is currently happening. Oof, rough. Yeah, sundries are mostly almost invaluable pieces, but honestly, it's not really the gold value that really cuts down in what exactly is sundry. It's honestly the bulk, because there's not a lot of options of gear out there that is just light in bulk, and that is not magical. I think alchemist consumables are considered magical, so yeah, here are like light sword. These ones are most of them. Oh yeah, these ones are exactly 5 gold, so technically, yes, you could have them, but actually, no, you could technically have them. I think they're fine. Or I think they were like mentioned that you cannot have them as sundries, like that. When it comes to them, I forgot. But yeah, here we have like a torch, candles. Like technically candles, torch is a light bulk, but candles, yes, that can be a sundry. Pouches, water skin, caltrops, because this is the one that I added to my character. Can be actually no, I think these I bought them. Not exactly. Oh no, I think I bought. Oh yeah. Oh no, I remember. I think I went. I decided in the end to go with the money amount to buy them. To be fair, yeah, it's really a bit confusing. Like here, like what exactly is from what you get listed, what is considered a sundry and what is not. You know, fire starter kit is a sundry. Bell, lock, whistle, interestingly, are sundries. Not magnifying glass. Hand mirror can be a sundry, which can have some interesting abilities. Chalk, obviously. Talisman paper. I mean, I'm sure also know what paper. I think it's mentioned later, like ink and pen, but also yeah, with parchment. There, a compass, mug and tankards. And yeah, these are too big, you know, carriages, wagons. These are full on for travel. Jewelry for non-magical things, yes. They can fit. I did mention like services, hirelings, and all that. Yeah, you have a few options, but at the very least, it gives you like a quick template and what exactly you can add and what exactly you could have for your character overall. So I think it works out nicely, but to be fair, that's kind of overall what all the things that you have, all that's available to you. Generally, it's again simple, straightforward. It's not too complicated. My only downside with all of this is just how the formatting of the PDF, and because the game system is still a bit niche, I don't think anybody has picked it up into trying to make something digitally, like a digital character builder and or anything of the sorts. To be fair, there's also the question of, I'm not sure exactly licensing wise how they are running, how they approve things, if they allow for, I think it's under the orc license if I remember correctly, so I don't think it's an issue in that end, so it might be fine. But I guess it's just one of those things, it has just a small niche community and I don't think everybody has picked it up. But honestly, I still recommend it. I still think it's a lot of fun. I think you should all keep an eye out for it and try it out for yourselves whenever you can. Yeah, it gets a bit crazy in the numbers. As you can see, we are level 1 and we already have things like a +1 modifier. As it was already mentioned, this system is not necessarily mentioned as necessarily meant to be oh yeah, you're gonna have a hard grueling experience. It's a bit more leaning towards like a slightly power fantasy side of things. But to be fair, again, it's one of those things like if the player have it, so does the game master. So a lot of these numbers, you might also encounter them against all the foes you're fighting. So it's a bit of a back and forth. And again, as I mentioned, with the fix with HP, look, we have 34 HP as our for level 1 starting HP, and we don't even have a con modifier to boost it. We just added the class HP and also the starting HP for the lineage, and it's a lot because 25 as starting HP. That's a hefty amount of HP. So that's a good chunk of a hits. Like on average, I would say, let's say with a D8 weapon, maybe you do like 6 damage, maybe. That's still like 5, 6, maybe even 7 hits. So that's unlikely to happen within one combat encounter to get a near-death experience as a level 1 character in this system. Plus, also things like AC bonuses are, I think, a bit more forgiving and give you higher numbers in that end as well, because we have 21 and we don't really have any AC bonuses. We have 21 from a medium armor and a light shield, and barely any dex to add on top of it. So that's a nice extra bonus. My perspective. So yeah, I don't think there's much else to mention about it. I think that kind of covers it. So I think this is also a good end for me to kind of stop, because I just wanted to cover character creation and talk about that as a general thing. Most likely next time we're also going to talk about more specific aspects, maybe like classes, lineages, boards, or maybe we're gonna jump to something else instead. Maybe how combat runs, how exploration and other aspects of the game go on about, or maybe jump to something a bit different. Because the thing is, classes, classes, combat, all that kind of thing, you kind of get an idea. Then it's something that you can also discover yourself. So maybe I would like to first kind of cover broad strokes of the system before we jump into more specific. Let's now take a look at the individual classes or individual options that you have available for your character, for your player. So maybe let's just generally check out like broad strokes. So I'll think about it, see what exactly. Maybe we're gonna do combat, maybe we're gonna do explorations or other aspects of play, or if not, maybe we can also jump into game mastery next time around. So that's definitely one of the things that happen. But I think that's a good point for me to stop, because it's been quite a bit. I've ran as expected for like 6 hours as per usual, as I do with these kind of sessions. I don't know, that's kind of how it happens. It's just it just flows naturally into these amounts of hours. It's kind of weird. But yeah, before I go, as per usual, I like to check out friends and say hi and do those fun little things as well. Jump at who? You know what? They jumped at us as well, but I would like to do from a side. Why not? Let's say hi to Willow, as apparently they're having some repo session with our lovely rogue caster, Beatrice and Vivian. So it's a whole crew of repo doing things. I still don't know what's the deal with repo, because I've checked in passing some clips and stuff like that happening out there, but that's kind of it. I've never checked out like sorry, I just was typing. I never like actually checked out like what's the whole deal with it, like what exactly you have to do in the game. So I guess I know it's something about like collecting items for money, and we have to be careful not to break them, or you also might anger weird spirits, and at the same time other weird spirits or monsters or creatures might haunt you or something, some stuff like that. So vaguely kind of Lethal Company-esque. In my humble opinion. So we'll figure out, we'll see. But I guess if you want to learn more from that, and from some actual plays, and not just me just yapping about and how all of this is happening, then I think it's better to check the entire crew out. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. My perspective. But anyways, thank you all for being here. So yeah, as per usual, tomorrow and the day after now streams. I'll be back on Friday with Deck of Haunts. We're checking out an indie that I've gotten access to graciously by the devs, and it looks interesting and a lot of fun. Some sort of rogue like deck builder game where we're just gonna make a haunted house be more haunted and scare people away. Sounds a lot of fun. Then we're also starting the 9 Soul probably playthrough offered by the submission from Joe for the game that I should play on the stream. And then on Saturday, I'm probably going to do some FF14 for chill out before we jump into some Gestalt stuff. Actually, now that we've also covered that. So yeah, thank you for being here. You're amazing. Don't forget that. I'll see you on the flip side. Bye.